people make jokes about spacing somebody, about shoving somebody out an airlock. I don't think it's funny.
Happy Thursday evening, everyone. It is 9:40 in the Central Time Zone in the United States of America on February 11th, 2021. We are in the midst of the second impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump. If you're watching this on a replay, how's it going? Hello, thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Tonight, we're going to talk about the aforementioned impeachment. We're going to talk about cancel culture, specifically Gina Carano being let go from Star Wars and what that means, not just for people at her level, but for us. What does it mean for society in this country in general and in the world for that matter? And we are going to talk about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, her therapy session that she had televised on C-SPAN. We're going to basically EFAP it. It ought to be a blast. It's going to be a good time. Thanks for showing up, everyone. Let's see who we've got here. We've got Storyman Jack. Thanks for showing up, sir. We've got Timon out of Brazil. Trey Courtney in the house. What's up, man? Blake St. Clair out of Australia. And I'm sure some more people will filter in, but I'm going to go ahead and bring in my guest. Don't call it a comeback. We've got Greg, Lost Jedi 22. What's up, man?
Good evening. Yeah, no, this is not a comeback, but a special occasion. Happy to be here. I love talking politics a lot more than I like talking about pop culture these days. So, you know.
We got Geek Blend, Jeff in the house too. What's up, man?
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And there's so much to talk about this week, especially in this arena.
Yeah, this week was a little bit of a bomb. You know?
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
A lot going on.
Most definitely.
Have you watched any of the impeachment trial itself?
No, man. Like, I was off today, but I had to get a bunch of stuff done because there's really bad weather, obviously, and they're predicting it's going to get worse. So I went ahead and went to the store before all the other, we call them French toast people, because they're going to get that milk, bread, and butter, right? Before they got there. So I was there pretty early in the morning after I got my haircut and grabbed all the shit I needed from the big box wholesale store and from the grocery store. So I was doing that. And then obviously during the week, it's been so fucking busy working 10, 11 hours a day, trying to get that shit done. And thing is, with this new setup I have, I could watch TV as I work, but I just wouldn't be able to pay attention to it because I'm just so busy. So I don't watch
it. If you watched it, it was infuriating and immensely boring at the same time because it was just repetitive.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, it was this person, and they said this on Twitter, and it was this person, and it was torturous to kind of listen to. So I kind of had it on in the background. To be honest, I was listening to Nick Rekieta's stream because he was live streaming. So at least there was like his banter back and forth, and I watched Crowder's stream as well. But he didn't really cover the live cover the actual impeachment part. And you mentioned like the storm and everything. It's funny here in Wisconsin. I noticed this, worked retail big box for a long time. It was so weird because these snowstorms and everything wouldn't just pop up. I mean, it was super rare that it would be like a surprise blizzard. Usually the local news stations, because they're really just staffed by a bunch of middling, kind of not quite ugly people who just read a fucking teleprompter and say cheesy shit. I have nothing but disdain for local news. They usually overhype a storm coming up because it's like, big storm coming, tune in at 6, and they would spend, 10 minutes of their 30-minute broadcast saying, we're going to get 3 inches of snow.
Yeah.
But people would ignore that, and then at the stores, because we'd stay open, of course, it was funny because people would come in the middle of the blizzard to stock up on, and they'd come in, and just like you said, the milk butter and shit like that, they would come in and they'd buy like multiple gallons of milk. Like they were going to get snowed in for the next week and a half. And it's like, I've been living in Wisconsin almost my entire life. Lived in Iowa for a little bit there. But mostly, 40 plus years in Wisconsin. I cannot remember a single time where we couldn't go to the store the next day.
Right.
Ever. But people have this weird mentality. And you would think, like, I would expect it in a more southern state where they're not quite used to such things and they don't have the equipment and the resources to deal with snow, ice storms, and things of that nature. We have mountains of salt. We have fleets of snowplows. We're from the Midwest, man. This is Wisconsin. We're used to it.
That's sensible.
I'm a few minutes away from Lambeau Field, and whenever it snows during the season, they would just have volunteers, and they'd pay people like, minimum wage or whatever for the privilege of going to shovel out the bench seating in Lambeau Field, and they'd have like shovel parties at Lambeau Field to just dig it out, and it'd be fine.
That sounds awesome. It's a different culture within America. It's like, unless you live there, would you really know about that? Unless you're on a live stream with two jokers like us, telling stories. So
I mean, if an earthquake hit here, we'd be fucking like, it'd be crazy.
Yeah.
But for us, it's funny to watch when the cold weather snaps really hit like the deep south, and you guys get like a little bit of snow or a little bit of ice. Like how many cars and the way people drive on the tiniest little bit of snow. It's just like everybody's like, I don't know what to do. Here's what you do. You don't go 80 miles an hour and make
my gosh.
and tailgate. That's what you do.
I got a story on that, but first, like I said, Jeff's here. Teresa showed up. Hey, Teresa. Neo Valentine. Thanks for always showing up. I went back and watched some of our old poll streams, and Neo Valentine was there. So I went to, Wednesday's my office day. So I got on the freeway and I started driving, and we have this flyover that is always slick if it gets cold. So about half mile before you got to the flyover, it's a dead stop. So luckily I was able to get over to the rightmost lane, exit, and go through the town. I went down this one long street, and it looked fine, and suddenly about 200 feet in front of me, the cars in front of me started spinning. And
that's scary, isn't it?
Yeah, this one kid wound up perpendicular to the direction of the street. So I'm like, shit, what am I going to do? I pump my brakes, and it's not working. So I just threw my wheel to the right and then back to the left, and then I kind of jumped the curb, and it's one of those big ass walkways, that you could literally drive a car on, that they have in all these cities, big cities now. So I jumped the curb, I'm up there, and I did a 180. It probably looked cool, tore all the grass to shit, but hey, it's public land, I'm a taxpayer, don't give a crap. Then I kind of waited for all these cars to situate themselves and get out. Then I just put it in 4-wheel drive and kind of eased myself back down onto the street, and I drove 10. Look at my rearview mirror, and people like half mile back, are coming to that same spot. And I'm like, yeah, that's what they get. It's like, you get what you fucking deserve, because here they come at 50 miles an hour in a 35. It's like.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's basically it. When driving in snow or icy conditions, it's basically like, look, it doesn't take that much ice to get your vehicle out of control.
Right.
And the whipping the wheel one way and then the other, depending on the kind of vehicle you're driving, is a good way to flip your vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
If it doesn't slide, if it catches dry pavement, that could be an issue. General rule is you turn into the slide and pump your brakes.
That's what I did. Yeah, and I just
hammer the brakes down.
What's a good thing I have?
4-wheel drive and ABS brakes like defeats ice, and it's like it helps. It doesn't defeat it.
Well, it's a good thing I have a truck with pretty good sized tires, or else I don't think I could have jumped that curb. But Trey Courtney is correct. California cold isn't shit, especially where you live. Where I lived, probably 250, 300 miles further north, it wasn't cold either. But in '89, we got this cold spell, whatever you want to call that. It was very cold. It got down to like 20 something, and that it was the only time like in 50 years that it happened, and we didn't understand it, and so we figured if we sprayed our hose on the driveway, it turns into ice, literal ice. So we did that, and we're like running and sliding on it, and we're having fun. Well, then my friend's dad gets home, and he can't get into the garage. Man, he was pissed. He was pissed, and we had to look it up. Like, what do you do? And it's like, oh, you get salt. It's just you don't know that. You've never experienced that before, So it's just amazing around the country what different people know about different things because it's just not an everyday thing. It's not part of your life. So
and salt isn't even a cure-all either because salt lowers whatever the freezing temperature of water. So that's what helps melt the ice. But if it's like bitter cold, you can throw out like what we've had here recently. We've had highs like 3 degrees. Wake up and it feels like minus 27. In that kind of cold, like throwing down salt doesn't really do shit. You're just wasting salt because it's still too cold to melt it, unless you get the really expensive salt. So you just and
it can fuck up your concrete too.
Yeah. You don't like coat the whole thing with it. Like
I know.
But if you use it sparingly, you're not, and you use the right kind of salt. Like if you use like water softener pellets, you'll pit your concrete. In a lot of cases, because you're just, maybe if you like ground up the pellets and were able to spread it out, it wouldn't pit it. But
Brobafett. So I don't know if you heard about this a few months ago, but several channels got nuked and some others, got struck. John Talks is one. What's the guy's name with Geeks and Gamers?
Josiah Rises.
Josiah Rises. He got demonetized for someone like him that probably was relying on it as a source of income. Terrible thing. So I'm like, no, I'm getting these streams off my channel, putting them on this new one, and I uploaded them over here. So if you ever want to go back and watch them, you can, and then we'll just be streaming on here. Hopefully, get the subscriber count up. It went from 3 to 17 today alone. So if we can get it up to like 50, the people that want to watch this type of stuff, then hey, fantastic. I can still promote it on all the other shows I'm on. I just don't want any content that Google could construe as being false information and all that bullshit. Even though we don't even get into, in my opinion, we don't get into anything that even skirts the edge like some others do. I mean, we just don't. Anything we talked about the election was all factual and theoretical and stuff like that. So
yeah, even then it's risky because the issue is that the terms are and the conditions are so damn vague on purpose that they can basically kind of get you for anything if they really want to. They could just say, and they don't even have to specify because it's their platform, so they could just say community guidelines strike.
Right.
And you'd be like, but what did I say? And they're like, well, fuck off.
Yeah.
We're not going to tell you because, reasons.
Yep. So, that's the weather, folks. I mean, that's the weather part of this broadcast. So let me ask you this. What did you want to do first? Did you want to talk about the impeachment, or do you want to jump right into these video clips that we have and the in the therapy session?
Well, I think before we get into the therapy session, like, I've watched most of it. Like, I didn't sit there and watch the entire thing. Like, I screen capped it off of C-SPAN, which, by the way, is not an issue because it's C-SPAN and it's House business that is completely, you don't even have to attribute them. It's public domain because it's the people's house and it's the cameras in the people's house. So that's not an issue. But when you go to C-SPAN's site, you get like these 9-hour video chunks of like the House session. So like I trimmed it to get to the spot that was relevant.
Nice.
Because they go through business throughout the day, and then it's like, okay, at this time we're going to have the 1-minute speeches, and then like another special session where the House Speaker designates somebody else to be basically the temporary speaker in charge, and you'll hear them. They if you've ever watched C-SPAN or watched House Business or everything, they yield the floor for X amount of minutes to this person, then they yield back and back, back and forth. What you'll see here is both a political show and really a really good illustration of almost everything that's wrong with culture in general. And it really boils down to this idea of being a victim is now a commodity worth more than achievement. And I think my gut tells me that this is a response, this little charade that they put on, was just simply a direct response because she got butthurt about the fact that a hashtag featuring her name and Smollett was on Twitter the previous day. Because it came out, she did this Instagram post where she was dramatically telling her story of what happened, during the January 6th Capitol riots. And it was definitely flourished, to say the least. And then the next day, somebody actually kind of went and fact-checked it and kind of was like, but you weren't even in the Capitol building, lady. Like, you were in your office building, and the office building was evacuated at one point as a precautionary thing, but under no circumstance during the entire events was the building that she was in ever breached or under threat of breach at all. And that's what got the hashtag trending, because people are like, bitch, you're lying. Like you're making it about yourself and how much of a victim you are, because victimization, being a victim, is a higher level of achievement than actual achievement, doing something great, doing something spectacular, standing out, being one of the top in your profession or your sport or your craft. It is now all about, like, what did you overcome to get there? And I was thinking a lot about it. And this predates, like, a lot of people in the culture war and all these things. It's like identity politics. They feel it's like, this is stuff that kind of started really ramping up around 2016. But the underlying movement towards this started occurring way, way, way before that. And you can look at pop culture. Things like reality TV shows. It wasn't really, like, how quickly did it not become on American Idol, for example, about the singer's talent, about the singer's voice, and it more became of a story of this dramatic music, and, like, suddenly it's like, well, she's got to be on the show because she's got one leg, and she's overcoming that.
Yeah.
And it's this feel-good story because we worship the underdog. We overvalue the underdog way too much, and we use the word hero way, way too easily when applying it to professions. And it's that culture that kind of builds up. It's like Rudy, right? The story of Rudy, if you've never seen the movie, is this guy, Rudy Rudiger. He has its ambition, dream to play football for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and he's way undersized. He's got a lot of heart. He's got a lot of just willpower, but he just doesn't have the size. And a lot of people watch that movie and they don't like the triumph of Rudy is not the fact that, like, if you watch, I don't know if this is even real, but in the movie he like plays one down in an actual game, so he's in the record books, and he gets a sack or something, and that's not his victory. His victory is the fact that he got to go to college, got a degree, kind of righted his ship, and was the first in his working class blue collar family to get a college degree. That was his victory. The fact that it was such a great thing that he made the practice squad, like that's not something that we should be like, wow, what an achievement, you made the practice squad on a football team. And for him, it was an achievement, you know. Like, I'm not trying to like bash Rudy Whittaker out there. If you're watching,
but is it movie worthy? That's the
is
question.
It something that we as a society really should be celebrating? Like I don't think so. Like, it's kind of the difference between Rocky and Rudy, right? Rocky went the distance with the champ, man. Like, that's a fucking achievement. And then in the second movie, he beat him, right? So he didn't even win in the first one, but like, as a world champion, and he went the distance with him. That, even the fact that he didn't win, I think that's an achievement, right? This, you know, coming out of nowhere thing, that's part of the story that makes it appealing, but like, he still achieved something. He didn't just go in there and get his ass kicked.
Well, then in the third and fourth movies, Apollo becomes like a nice guy. So I guess that's like a recurring theme with the actor, you know,
with Carl Weathers, yeah. It is like that's his thing with his arc. And
speaking of heroes, a friend and I about 8-9 years ago, we came up with this meme, you know, that's derisively praising someone's heroism, and I actually uploaded it earlier tonight. I think I have it uploaded to the other channel, but never used it. So this is one we can fire up when needed. So here it is. You're a real hero. So,
well, you know, we take jobs that are jobs, right? And we turn people that do the job into some sort of heroic thing. It's like, but you signed up to do the job and you're getting paid for it. Like, and we get it in our heads as a society. Like, for example, TikTok nurses, right? If you were on Twitter, did you, like, if you said anything like bad about the fact that nurses were wasting time doing fucking TikTok videos and shit like that, like, you were blasted. It was like, how dare you? They're the first responders. They're paid nurses who aren't doing their job. And it's nice and all that they're cutting loose and letting off a little bit of steam, but there's a lot of us out here that, like, we couldn't go hang out with our friends from work and make a dance video because we weren't allowed to, you know? And and it's not to devalue the work that they do, but they are getting paid for it. And I don't put them in a heroes category. Like, if I'm in a hospital and you're my nurse, I have very little expectations for you. I don't really care that you care about me. I want you to make sure I get my medication.
I'm the same way.
Medication on time. When I hit the call button because I have an issue, I want help.
Yeah.
And beyond that, leave me. You know, do the things that you got to do. Take my blood pressure, and you know, the doctor wants for the charts. Make sure my charts are accurate. Give me my medicine on time. Help me when I call you, and other than that, leave me alone. I don't need you to go home and care about whether I make it or not. That's not important. I just need you to do your job that you were trained to do and that you're getting paid to do, and that I'm paying a shit ton of money for, right? Because this hospital visit, if I'm in the hospital, isn't free. You're not doing this out of the kindness of your heart. The building that you work for, your employer's charging me a fuck ton of money.
Yeah.
For the service.
Someone's paying for it, whether it's your insurance
company
or your employer, actually.
Or your employer, yeah.
Sometimes they're self-insured, like many employers are. You know, and have you ever heard of FEE, the Foundation for Economic Education?
No.
It's a really great libertarian think tank, and they're on all social media. Well, I remember on LinkedIn, and you could argue whether or not that's a proper forum for an organization like that, but I don't want them off there because you have people from the opposite end of the spectrum on LinkedIn, so you need to balance them out.
Yeah,
anyway,
low balance.
They wrote an article, I think it was in April or May, The Fallacy of the Essential Worker. And man, they got blasted in the comments, but these idiots who were blasting them didn't even click on the fucking link and read the article. It's a fallacy. There's no such thing as an essential worker.
Well, and you have people
relatively
right. You have people out there that are going like the people that stocked the shelves at the grocery store or worked the McDonald's drive-thru are heroes, and I'm like, not by my definition of heroes. I value that the work that they do, but I also pay for it in the goods and services that when I buy them. Right? It's an exchange. My money for your service, your goods, and after that's done, after that transaction's closed, we're even.
Yeah.
I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you allegiance. I don't owe you praise. You did your job. I paid for it. Transaction is over. That's how it's supposed to kind of work.
Yes.
And you have municipalities out there. I think there was a story recently in California. They want to force grocery stores over X amount of size to pay their workers an additional like $5 an hour because of COVID.
Oh shit.
And I'm like, and I'm pretty sure there's places in the country that have. I didn't get a chance to really dig into it, but I think there are places that did actually pass that because they're like, these guys are their heroes, and like they're honestly they were fortunate enough to actually be able to continue working. Right?
Yes.
The jobs that they already had. And they continue to do them as they have. In some cases, these stores have had to invent really easy jobs. Like you go to some stores, especially the big box stores, you got people sitting at the doors just clicking a thing, counting the number of people in the building.
Yeah.
That's what they do all day long. Me, I would kill myself if I had to do that torturous of a job. But some people are like, this is great. I get paid to do this.
Right.
Fine. But, like, you're not a fucking hero either. You know what I mean? Like, I think we have to really look and redefine what a hero is. And it's all the way down to mothers. Like, this is going to be the unpopular opinion. Like, being a mom or being a dad and taking care of your kid is the basic minimal societal expectation placed upon you after you made the choice to procreate. You're not a hero. You're doing your job.
Yes.
Sorry.
Well, it's like Trey's saying here, and what you're getting at, that Office, one of those the diversity episode of The Office, the Chris Rock routine. It's like, they're giving more for something they're supposed to do. What you want, a cookie? It's like, hey, I take care of my kids and I go to work. It's like, thanks for doing what a normal human being should do. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the expectation. That's not exceeding expectations. That's not heroic. Just because you're in a situation where in your community or in your area, in your region, in your company, whatever, if the standard is this is shit and you're not shit, it doesn't mean that you're not a hero just because you're not doing what the majority's doing. Who sets the standard?
Mediocrity is now heroic. I just like, and it's been bled into the culture, and I want to address this thing. Robofet, there you go. Greg, would you consider police, firefighters, etc. heroes? Boy, this is one that's always the touchy one, right? Because this is the one everyone brings up. Police, yes. Firefighters, no. And police, when they do things heroic, like just being a police officer and like doing traffic stops and everything like that. No, that doesn't make you a hero.
Oh yeah, and surrounding my vehicle with armed men when I have a license with 3 kids in the car. Fuck you. But anyway.
Yeah. I appreciate the work they do, and I understand that there is a level of heroism in that their job could take them into the ultimate risk. But statistically, that is rare. And even more so with firefighters.
Haven't you seen Backdraft? Come on.
I value what they do. But I don't worship them because of their job titles. I judge actions, and just signing up for that work doesn't necessarily make you that. And I'm a person that does, like, I back the blue. Like, I'm not the first one to say, fuck the police. But I think COVID kind of illustrated that there's a lot of dickhead cops out there too.
Yep.
Like the way people posted things, like, and not just in this country, but across the world. You saw videos of things in Australia and Great Britain, just fucking assholes that were like hopped up on power trips due to the quote unquote crisis. So no, I don't place them all in some category of heroes until they do something heroic.
Yeah.
Because the fact of the matter is for everyone that will jump in and run into the building under fire, there's also the guy in the Florida school that'll hide behind a tree and not do shit while kids are getting shot in the school.
Yeah, and we can have a whole
That guy's not a hero.
we can have a whole stream on law enforcement, but we got to remember that law enforcement's new. It only came out around 1870, 1880. When it happened in England, they went apeshit because they're like, no, we don't want guys walking around enforcing laws, and I can kind of see where they're coming from. But I think in this big government environment we're in now, we've dug ourselves into a hole. And if we wanted to self-police ourselves and all that, it couldn't happen because of all the laws and all the expectations and all that stuff. I'm a person that I almost would never call the police. I'll take care of stuff myself, even if it, probably skirts the law, just because I don't want to involve the government in anything. If I see someone running across my land or my neighbor doing something, I'm going down there. It's just the way I am. In fact, there was a law enforcement officer that was chasing a kid that was skipping school. He was, what do you call those, truant officers?
Truant, yeah.
I saw him on my camera one day. I was sitting right here, actually, and I had my cameras up, and I'm like, what in the hell is going on? And by the time I ran out there, they were gone. Neighbor said, yeah, it was a kid and this truant officer. I'm like, well, who said he could come on my property? The kid shouldn't have been there, but the cop can't run onto my property. And he didn't, they didn't come to the door. Hey, I just had to chase a kid. Nothing like that. So I don't like that. I think that we should treat all law enforcement with a high amount of skepticism, because these are people with weapons that you're not allowed to have, that they have no constitutional right more than you have, yet they're still afforded that right. Going into a church, going into a store, going into a government building. He has a gun, I don't. Where in the Constitution does it say someone that has a badge can do that? It doesn't. But we could have a whole stream on that.
Yeah,
point is,
they're not all good people either. The majority of them are.
Have you seen The Shield? I mean, no.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's bad people in like every profession, and like I don't hero worship a job title. I just don't.
No.
It's not my style. And I think culturally, I think we need to stop doing that. And it just became really, really kind of the fad. And what it does is it champions mediocrity. And when you do that, you elevate the commodity of victimhood. And what you'll see in this video once we start playing it is just heavy doses of me, how it made me feel, and everything like that. I mean, you'll see one person blubbering, and she wasn't even in the fucking city, right? She was out of town. She wasn't even there that day, but she was scared for her friends and how it made her feel, and now she doesn't feel safe and all that. Like, and I just when you watch this thing, when we watch this thing, like really kind of keep in mind to imagine being the guy who owned the AutoZone store or the car dealership, right? Or the worker, the managers, and the workers at the Target store that got looted, or the former police officer that got shot for protecting a pawn shop. Like, those people were there in the thick of it. I mean, I remember seeing videos where like people are like, I remember seeing one video, they're like, hey, yeah, we're with you, and then a rock goes through their window, right? You see, I'm sure probably you've seen
that was actually hilarious.
And you're just like, you're like they're like with you, and what did they get for it? Boom, a rock through the window. Like, okay, those people, those two dudes, I think, in like this,
it was so funny,
apartment building, they endured a more stressful event than what you'll hear from these people, the majority of them.
Yeah.
Because the mob was like outside their house and there wasn't police anywhere.
Well, yeah, and we can get into all that, but my point all along has been, here's the thing. Should that have gone down the way it did, especially for the reasons it did?
Fuck
no. But I feel way, way less concerned about these people from the government cowering behind their benches than I do about private businesses being burned down and the proprietors in some cases being physically assaulted or murdered. It's like, I'm sorry, but it's government versus innocent people that did nothing, And yeah, maybe some of the people in the government are innocent that did nothing, but at the same time, I feel less concerned about the government being afraid of us than we are of each other, especially when we're being lawless. So,
yeah, and I guess it's like an obligatory thing that we have to kind of like, denounce. So, okay, here's my denounce. I am a conservative. I am a Trump voter, and I'm not sorry. However,
lesser of two evils.
I do not, under any circumstance, condone the actions that took place on January 6th, for many reasons. One, I don't like lawless mob rule.
Yeah.
Two, it was a stupid idea. Like, the idea that, like, you were going to overthrow the government somehow by, like, vandalizing a building. Like, suddenly the Pentagon officials were going to come over with, like, the suitcase and be like, well, guy in the horns, you're sitting in the chair, so you get the nuclear football now. Like none of that. There was never, ever going to be an overthrow of the government in any way. That was like off the table, not even in the realm of possibilities. Even if they managed to capture hostages, that wouldn't have happened, right? So all it did is just make your side look stupid and bad. And now the other side is using it as a tool to bludgeon everybody.
Yeah. So
with your actions. Like, it's the opposite of a good strategy. It's just fucking dumb.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And it's like, so did these people, when they did this, it was an emotional reaction, right? I mean, clearly.
Yeah.
And that's been the thing. And I said this in good grief, as far back as 2015 and all throughout 2016 during the election year, that Donald Trump was attracting voters by using, old, generally Democrat populist methods, right? Not so much what conservatives have done in elections for the past, 20, back to the 80s anyway. There was a little bit of that with Reagan, but it wasn't the same thing. It wasn't,
since then it's all been milquetoast.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And he was basically promising them stuff with government money, right? That's what he did. So, I kind of called this, and then what do we have? He has them riled up, and then they storm it, and it was an emotional reaction. And generally, the right side is not about emotion; it's more about logic, cold equations that
right,
that are against emotion and logic. So when that happened, it's embarrassing. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, we can go back in history in the last 20 years and like look at the rallies and protests like administered by, like, I would say my side of the aisle, right?
Yeah,
our side of the aisle,
right.
They've been immensely harmless, like to the point where, like, when our side was doing it, it was like, yeah, but they're not wearing masks.
Yeah,
that was like that was their big dig. It was like, but they're not wearing masks. Like, polite to the police, respectful, orderly. They didn't vandalize. It didn't damage. I'm sure there were some bad apples in every group when you're talking thousands of people assembling, but by and large, like if you take the left's protesters, like history of their protests, and the history of the right's protests, the right is by and large, with this one big exception here, and a couple others. I'd say maybe the Michigan thing was a little bit too far. Recently.
Yeah.
I mean, it was for a good cause. Like I understand their frustrations, but
here's the thing on that one.
They went too far, but they didn't even damage anything, did they?
Yeah, I was going to say, here's the thing on that one. These people were armed, as far as I know, right? And they walked
That
in.
was the big story there. Is like,
yeah, and it's not like they were
protesters.
drawn and going, they were armed. That was the story there, and they didn't pull their weapons out and start shooting people.
No, they were armed where it was legal to be armed and to open carry.
Mm-hmm.
Like that wasn't, and you had people in Michigan, they were like, but we had to put bulletproof vests on. It was so traumatizing because they were armed protesters. Well, okay. But they were legally armed and didn't act.
Yeah.
So even that one, that one's just, probably a little bit, not the fact that they were armed, but, the things that they were saying, and, they came out with the whole kidnap thing with Whitmer and everything, which, by the way, the FBI stopped. Trump's FBI.
Yeah.
By and large, when the right protests, it's a pretty civil affair, pretty organized, pretty straightforward. Rally, say our things, lock her up and all that other jazz. Whatever it is, build the wall. Whatever the theme is, stop the steal. By and large, mostly actually peaceful. Not mostly peaceful, but actually
mostly peaceful. Yeah. Depending on how you define mostly. So
the left, not so much at all.
Yeah.
They have by far more protests.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and they started protesting, before Trump even took office. And for the record, leading up to 2016, I was never Trumper. He was not my guy in the primaries at all. I didn't like his populist message. I didn't like we're going to get the steel workers by jacking up tariffs on steel from I don't like his tariff policies. There's some policies that I just really fundamentally didn't like, and he was not my preferred candidate.
Yeah.
So I'm not a Trump sycophant.
No.
I liked his policies overall. Not 100% of them, but I liked his policies overall. And that's why I voted for him in 2020, because I wanted a continuation of that.
Well, the reason I voted for him the only reason is he's more likely to execute the things a president does that matters in a way that I lean toward, namely the appointment of judges and Supreme Court justices that are constitutionalists. And man, what a great job he did at doing that. I'm actually shocked. I was a little afraid. I was a little afraid because he hasn't always been a Republican. So just the fact that he did.
No, he hasn't. And I would agree there. The judicial part was very important. I would say on the foreign policy end, surprising, because that's usually
didn't start a war.
That's this stuffy old conservative kind of thing, is but we're better on foreign policy.
Yeah.
And he was better than everything. Move the embassy to Jerusalem, which is a promise that presidents have been making for God as long as I've been following politics. Yep. And as a 12-year-old, I was following the Bush versus Dukakis campaign. So.
Oh yeah, do you remember this? Don't park your car in a bush, or a quail might fly over and Dukakis on your new Mercedes Benson. Did you ever hear that one?
Yeah, it rings a bell. I remember the Dukakis jokes and
he was such a lame. He was like the John Kerry of the
liberal.
80s.
Yeah, Boston liberal.
Just a terrible, unelectable, idiotic candidate. So
yeah, well, and he lost by a pretty wide margin too. But yeah, like I've been following politics for a long, long time, and on the foreign policy front, the goal of the United States president is not for the world to like us.
Correct.
It's for the world to respect us.
I wonder,
not in a like in just a worshipful kind of way, but like respect us and be like they're the authority, they're the leader, they're leading by example, and we kind of have to follow suit.
Well,
respect.
You know, like Biden's probably too old to go on an apology tour, but I'm sure he's making a lot of phone calls and a bowing tour.
Yeah.
I mean that guy bowed to everyone. And I read a piece on that at the time on Obama's bowing, and they say it's a habit you can pick up. I don't know. I'll have to find that. Or it's a very old article, obviously, but yeah, it's a habit you can pick up where you just bow to people, even though you can walk up to someone and say, "I'm just going to shake their hand." You just wind up, doing a deal like this, and I kind of think it was more that than anything. But you got to be conscious of what you're doing when you're the POTUS and you're going to you're meeting foreign leaders.
It sends a message, and
Mm-hmm.
you have to be conscious of that. Your body language does send a message.
It's just like this. It's like, you worked a lot of places. When you're walking down a hallway and someone's approaching you, like I always read and I was taught, don't yield to that person, because then you're giving up dominance. And I know that sounds really trivial, but no. And I even read one article. It says, keep going, and if they don't move, feel free to ram their shoulder. And then after you do that, then apologize and say, oh, I'm sorry, and give a chance to be warm to that person. But yeah, never yield to someone. Never. I had a friend that did that one day at work, and we're walking toward these guys, and he stands up against the wall, and I'm like, what the hell are you doing? You look like a total cuck now. So Raging Rhino's in the chat. But yeah, let's get into this video. That's a great 45-minute opening. We covered a lot of shit.
45 minutes.
Yeah.
Hey, Rhino.
It's been a good chat though. So let's get into this. So first you're going to show us some compare and contrast, and then we're going to get into
this is a little reminder video to start to start us off on kind of the right the right setting here.
That's a vintage Blake comment right there.
That's one way to do it, I guess.
I haven't even had that much tequila, but that's freaking hilarious. So oh, do you want me to go ahead and add it to the stream?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Look at the date, everyone. Look at the date.
Yep. The peaceful transition of power that took place on Inauguration Day of 2017.
Look at this. This is like the proto-Antifa.
Yeah. But you notice in the beginning, they were actually saying, chanting Black Lives Matter. Because no, that organization didn't just pop up after Floyd.
Yeah, this was January 20-something, 2017 on Inauguration Day, or close to it, right? Okay.
No,
it's mostly peaceful.
Inauguration Day.
Yeah.
The inaugural parade was happening like a few blocks away.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing that I think that is worth pointing out, and I've been watching this stuff, I've been reading the news, and I still don't have a very good straight answer. But when you watch video clips of this, particular one and the incidents and the protests for Kavanaugh that happened in 2018, where people did swarm into the Senate office building, and things like that. The police presence in the Capitol seemed to be like 10 times bigger.
Yeah.
Than when it was on January 6th, and I don't understand why the police force was like so inept at keeping, like, because that crowd, while it was a big crowd, was not an untamable crowd.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing: is like, and again, I've worked retail and I've done the Black Friday event, right? And in Black Friday events, because of an issue that occurred in, I think, a New York store, where a dude got trampled to death, we had to like put a whole bunch of stuff in place to do crowd control, right? And on a scale, it's much smaller than what the police do. But you have, like, the idea is you have to exert strength to keep the crowd in line. Where you start to show those cracks, then that's where the mob starts getting out of control. So you have to control the temperature of the mob. And one of the way you do that is by basically sending a message like, you ain't getting through. Like, don't even try, man. There's like 40 of us with shields and shit, and we'll pepper spray your ass. You know? And I don't want protesters pepper sprayed or anything, but like, if they're ramming the barricades to the Capitol building, you deserve to get pepper sprayed.
Right.
Like, sorry, you had it coming, man. And the fact that they were so woefully staffed that day really has me puzzled. I don't understand.
Yeah, I have some other friends that brought up the same point.
Because in the impeachment trial, they're like, one of the big things they kept saying is like, this was foreseeable based on this, and this had happened in the past. He knew, like, this was a foreseeable event, and he didn't change his actions, so he incited it because, like, this was the inevitable conclusion of the words he was using. And it's like, well, if it was so inevitable, then, like, why was the police force so weak that day?
Right.
Like, because you watch the video of, and I don't have the video of 2021, but you watch those videos, there's not that many cops, and they're like, they're not even like in riot gear or anything like that. It didn't seem like the majority of them. They were just like beat cops with yellow vests. And,
well, maybe it was completely unexpected.
But it shouldn't have been.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but that's my explanation for it.
Yeah, I guess the pattern is that, like, the previous rallies for the president didn't get into a frenzy, so like then I guess they could stand up. But like, if you're the police chief, you can't take that risk, man. Like, the reason why the crowd stays in control is, again, you have to show that, like, basically, like, you can try, but it's gonna end bad for you, man. Like,
well, and that's the thing with this, what happened on the 6th, is that with all that has gone on over the last 8 months, that's what's puzzling. That puzzling part of it is that all these things going on in major cities, including at the White House, right, in Washington, D.C., yeah. Why wasn't there a more beefed up presence of some kind? And so that, I think that, to me, is the missing piece of the puzzle. Now, we're not really suggesting anything here, folks, but you can kind of ask your own questions as to why it was.
I'm suggesting immense incompetence at the very least.
Yes,
I will say
at the very least.
I won't speak for you, but I will say that.
No, I agree.
The police,
because it's the government. It's the government.
The people in charge of DC's police force should lose their jobs.
Yeah,
that was not well done at all. And I think it was foreseeable to some degree that, like, you want to have it based on the crowd size alone. You look at that crowd and go, "Shit, what if it turns?" Like, you have to assume, what if it turns?
And you have to think that they're coordinating with the Secret Service too.
You would think.
So where was the disconnect here? It's one of those situations where you wish you could be a fly on the wall to see
Yeah, and
what
you
was
look at
really
the
happening in these
timeline.
conversations.
You look at the timeline and like the amount of time it took to mobilize the National Guard and that whole fiasco is like, well, you got to call them up from their houses because, like, you know, National Guards just don't hang out at the, you know, National Guard Armory building all day. They have jobs and regular lives. They're in the National Guard. That's how that works. And like, it took them like 2 hours or whatever to like finally kind of get in there and real force to take control of the situation. It's like, boy, at the very least, they should, like, maybe you didn't want to antagonize the crowd by putting them out there in the first place, but man, they should have been ready to go in gear on standby. Like, if I'm looking at this crowd numbers early in the morning, I'm going, shit. Like, if even like this crowd even gets like slightly out of control, my guys are gonna get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
my men underneath my command, I am putting in jeopardy by sending them up against a mob that can easily overrun even the best of the best trained.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happened.
Yeah, it was quite a sight to see. That's for sure.
I like it. I look at like who's to blame and shit. Like, first and foremost, the people to blame are the people that did it. Okay, not everybody that was in D.C. for the Stop the Steal rally.
Did we lose you, Greg? Did we lose you, or was that on my side?
I don't know.
We're back now. So,
all right.
They're fucking with us, man. They're fucking with us.
I want to reiterate, like, the people that I blame the most are the ones that went in, the ones that did it, the ones who were fighting with the cops, who tore down the barricades, who broke windows and stormed the Capitol building. They're the most at fault, and they're being arrested. And you'll hear in this video, like, you know, and there's been no accountability. It's like, bullshit. There's been arrests made.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it takes time to like file the charges and get all that stuff like done, but like there are a lot of people that are being held accountable for precisely their actions, and they're being charged.
What they mean to say, there's no guillotines.
Right, I guess. And, you know, if you watch the impeachment thing, one of the things they keep bringing up is these people, now that they're busted, they're saying, well, I thought, you know, they're using this as proof that Donald Trump incited them, or incited the riots. Is like, well, I you know, they're using the defense. Well, I thought Donald Trump, that's what he told us to do. It's like, but you can't call that like proof that's incitement. They're being charged and they're using it as a defense excuse. That's not reality. They're just, of course they're saying that because that'll help them get lesser charges, maybe.
Yeah.
They're not being truthful and honest. They're trying to get out. They're trying to worm their way into lesser penalties.
Yeah.
But,
so the fallout from this is that we had a bunch of apparently terrified Congress people, I guess that's the right term, that were emotionally affected by the event. So there was I guess we can call it a therapy session arranged by the junior congressperson from New York, AOC. So what we're going to do here is we're going to play this son of a bitch.
AOC Smollett.
Yeah, Smollett, yeah. If you don't know what that means, then where have you been the last 3 or 4 years?
I'm telling you, this thing was a response to that. Because, like, I can tell you that, like, it irked her.
January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman...
I just paused it.
Yeah, it irked her that got trending on Twitter. Because that's like a big deal to a person like her and a person of her age.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's like her bread and butter. She's the social media congresswoman. She doesn't really do anything, but like she spends all day on fucking Twitch, Instagram, or Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she does. You know.
Let's see if that's loud enough. Could you play that again? Do you have control over that too?
From New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
In the chat, let us know if that's loud enough.
as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks. And
I'll pause it. Is that loud enough, everyone? For me, it sounds like it's kind of quiet.
It's a little on the quiet side.
And the volume's all the way up. Is there anything at the source?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Like if the volume's up, that's it.
Yeah, we'll just try it. So, here we go. You're in control. I'll hit play.
Extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. 29 days ago, on January 6th of 2021, insurrectionists attacked our Capitol, seeking to overturn the results of our nation's election.
Hold on a minute.
29 days ago.
Is attack the right word?
I don't think so.
And not only that, but I don't know. You know how media outlets are really careful about using certain words and always throwing that allegedly in there. So for someone to stand on the floor and say these people did this word, they attacked, is that okay? I don't know. There seems to be...
I think attacked is such a... This is another word that is like completely lost on me.
I've heard you talk about attack before, yeah.
Because, like, you know, I got attacked on Twitter. Really?
Mm-hmm.
Did the application hurt you?
Mm-hmm.
Did it like come out of the screen of your phone and like smack you one? Like, I'm sorry, Twitter. There's no such thing as an attack on Twitter.
No.
Not in. No. You could get ratioed. You can get bothered and maybe even like harassed on Twitter. But attacked? No. But this is part of the vocabulary change that helps push this kind of culture forward. And that everything is violence. Everything's an attack. Therefore, you can react with the same sort of moral authority to somebody calling you a name as somebody who actually like physically attacks you.
Yes. Anti-bullying. Yeah.
That's where you get the whole punch a Nazi thing, right? Like, I can call you a Nazi, then it's morally okay for me to punch you because it's okay to punch a Nazi.
Yeah.
And you know, it's deliberate. It's deliberate wording to have that effect.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know. Just standing there saying this happened, an attack happened. Number one, how do you define attack? Number two, should you, even if you have video evidence, media outlets don't say anything unless they throw that magical allegedly in there, that modifier. So
Well, sometimes they fuck up. Just ask CNN and the Catholic, the Covington Catholic kid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When they fail, they pay for it because they're a publisher, not a platform. Therefore, they are subject to that little thing called, slander and defamation.
He protect, he attack, he take the White House back. Okay, I'm gonna hit play. Or do you want to be in control?
No, you can go ahead.
All right, here we go.
The glass in and around this very chamber was shattered by gunshots, clubs, by individuals seeking to restrain and murder members of Congress, duly elected children.
Shit, went too far. Okay, go ahead.
All right, the glass shattered thing. Yeah, they shattered glass. That's how they got in. That true. By bullets?
Yeah, I was about to say, is that confirmed?
Well, the one lady was shot. Her last name was Brabbit. She's one of the casualties of this whole thing. She was shot by a police officer, but they weren't shooting out windows and everything. Like, she's implying that like there was a hail of gunfire. No, there wasn't.
No, and that was indoors. It was in an inner gate, right? It wasn't. She wasn't penetrating the actual wall of the facility. I've seen the video.
She was trying to get through a spot to get into, I think, like the speakers office area of
Mhm.
on the house side of the Capitol
Mhm.
building.
Yes.
Now, keep in mind that the majority of the business being conducted here was being done on the Senate side, I believe, because it was the Senate convening, and then once Cruz and Hawley and some others raised their objections, what happens is then they split the two chambers. The House votes on it, the Senate votes on it. Mike Pence then,
Right.
basically certifies with the House, and he's like, I object to Arizona's counts. Okay, the House goes into its chambers, votes on it. Senate votes in its chambers on it. Whatever wins, and then move on. That's how these objections happen, and they have happened before, and they did happen in 2016. In fact, one of the impeachment managers from the House now objected to the certification in 2016.
Mhm. Very interesting.
But this idea that there was a hail of bullets.
Yeah, just for the purpose of creating entry points. I mean, there's a lot easier ways to bash in windows and stuff than shoot it with a gun. I'm sorry. That's a waste of ammunition, number one.
There was not gunplay going on.
Right.
There wasn't. It was one police officer shot her as she was trying to climb through the broken window.
Here's another thing. She's reading. I wonder who wrote this. Do you think she did it herself?
No, at the end she thanks her staffer that's there to
Oh.
her left.
Credit.
Her very diverse. I don't like she credits for helping.
That person with the man bun right there?
Yeah, to her left there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I hope it's pretty close to the same spot because the little bar was right next to the play button. So
seeking to restrain and murder members of Congress duly elected to carry out
Stop.
the duties.
Who? How do you get the intent? Telepathy?
That's the thing is, there was reports that people had zip ties and shit. Some of the people that broke into the Capitol may have had that intent. I don't think you can attribute that intent to the mob. And certainly not to murder. So here's your strategy, right? If you're an insurrectionist and you want to overthrow the government, your strategy then, you're telling me, is to go into the Capitol building, commit mass murder of the people that are like, what do you think the government's response to that's going to be?
Here's what it would be. If you're an insurrectionist, you've invaded the Capitol, and you've killed all the Congress people, everyone,
or
Senate, whatever.
Of them even.
Yeah,
they're
building.
preaching.
That building is worthless. So you surround it with helicopters, and you just start shooting it until it's burning, and then all the insurrectionists are dead because
exactly.
Yeah. So the zip ties, at the very least, tie their hands
implies
behind their back.
Taking intent.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Or restraining.
Yes. So, yeah, here we go.
Of their office. 29 days ago, Officer Sicknick, who just laid in honor yesterday in our nation's capital, was murdered on the steps just outside this hollowed floor. 2 Capitol police officers have lost their lives since. In addition to the 4
Pause. The 2 officers that have lost their lives since committed suicide for reasons that we cannot possibly know.
Sorry, that's not a funny matter. I'm just thinking of the whole, suicide with a bullet to the back of the head thing. But
yeah, as far as I know, they weren't associated with the Clintons, so that's probably not.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're now saying 7 people died because they're adding these 2 that committed suicide after.
Mm-hmm. 2 out of how many?
Presumably thousands.
Mm-hmm.
And they could very well be may have been so traumatized by the events that they committed suicide. I'm finding it hard to connect the dots. If I were to guess, it might be two officers that were one of them that kind of did the Olay and let people through.
Yeah.
And they knew their careers were fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Because they didn't do their job.
Well, you could tell some of the videos I saw, some of those people, you could tell they just didn't want to draw and start shooting people, because if they did, you can't take on a mob with a gun, with a handgun.
Right. There is a point where it's like resisting at this point is not going to end well, so you don't. So
right.
The idea of adding the two, and like, it's unfortunate that officers committed suicide, of course, but like to put that on Trump or the protesters, I think a little premature.
Yeah.
Like, how do you know why somebody committed suicide? Like,
exactly.
If you've ever known somebody who's done it, like, you find yourself, you rack your brain for years trying to wonder, like, why and what maybe you could have done or what could have been done, and suicide's tragic, and more often than not, you really have no idea, like, what was going through their head, why they felt that they had no other recourse.
Right. And there's been some people that I've known, let's say twice removed, that have done it, and I'm talking like highly successful people. And why though? You know, what did they do something wrong and it's guilt? Did they just feel completely worthless because even though they had what they had, maybe some family members who, there's no way to tell, you could speculate all day. So to say that here's the thing, it's almost well, I don't want to go there, but it's wrong to assume why someone did that. Let's just put it that way.
I do question the motives of somebody who like so easily attaches those two to the other counts. Now, let's go through and do a quick fact check of the 7 people that died. Okay, so you had 2 police officers that committed suicide. You had 1 police officer that was injured and then later died. You had 1 person that was trampled. You had 1 person that was shot. You had 1 person that had a heart attack and another person that had a stroke.
Yeah.
And those people, I don't think were even in the buildings. They were just part of the overall huge number of people that were there for the rally in the first place.
And you know what? That will get reported as a number by the media. And
it has been.
Yeah, and it will continue to be though, and they won't give any detail. And technically, they're not lying, right? It's just they throw that out there, and that's the way the media has always done it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but for the longest time, it was 5, 5, 5, 5, and it's like, no, wait a minute. One was a heart attack and one was a stroke.
Mm-hmm.
No, that had nothing to do with it. But,
well, they had a heart attack because of the event. They had a stroke because of the event.
Right. Yeah, the stress of the event. Right. Yeah.
But yeah, suicide's terrible, but you can't attribute anything to it unless you're that person, because they're the ones who took their own life. Even if they left a note, who's to say that they weren't lying on the note? But there were no notes apparently in these cases.
That, who's to say that they just left a note to make themselves sound more rational or better?
Mm-hmm.
But it was, not necessarily the root cause. Because let's be honest, if you know the root cause of it, I would assume then you're less likely to actually go through with it because you kind of identify the problem.
Yes.
So there's a way out then, right?
Right. There we go.
People who died on the events of January 6th. 29 days ago, food service workers, staffers, children ran or hid for their lives from violence deliberately incited by the former president of the United States. Sadly, less than 29 days later, with little to no accountability for the bloodshed and trauma of the 6th, some are already demanding that we move on.
All right.
Wait a minute.
Here we go. Little to no accountability. Multiple arrests in the hundreds.
Mm-hmm.
And a continuing investigation. Like, they've identified people in the building, and they've arrested him. There was a thing where like, and this is scary shit. Like, what was it? Bank of America was turning over information about anybody who used a credit card in the city that day to identify who was even in the city. Like, you could have been there for something else completely unrelated, and you booked a hotel and used your credit card, so you're on their list, and they're going to look into you.
Yeah, fuck Bank of America.
Yeah, that's kind of some scary shit. But to insinuate that there's been no accountability, like, really? They all got away with it? None of them, there's been no arrests? Patently false.
Could you go back 10 seconds? Because she said something at the end there I want to hear again.
Their lives from violence deliberately incited by the former president of the United States. Sadly, less than 29 days
Did you
later,
catch it?
with
No, it's all good.
accountability for the bloodshed and trauma of the 6th, some are already demanding that we move on. Or
There it is. There it is.
attempting to
So,
minimize,
weren't they
discredit,
the ones saying, you know, we need to, what was the term? Not bury the hatchet, but we need to unite, right? Unite. Remember that?
Yeah.
So you're going to, I can't remember if they said this before or after this, but either way, it doesn't matter. The fact is that you can't take a small minority of people that did this stuff and apply what they did to everyone else that is your political enemy. These calls for unity, number one, it's bullshit.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say it. It's bullshit. But what you just said there is, it seems to be a little bit more ominous. It's almost like a threat against the people who did this and anyone that doesn't speak up against it, I guess you could say.
Yeah, or the idea, or the people that, like, you know, I think this is a direct response again to that Twitter thing, because she made a response tweet to something to that effect, or in response to the hashtag that was going, and there's like, no, we want accountability for the people that breached the Capitol. Like, I'm all in favor, the ones that were in the building and damaging shit and just being raging assholes. Like, they should be charged with the crimes that they committed. And at the very least, that it's going to be, you know, trespassing. Because I don't think everybody that entered the building necessarily did anything harmful either.
Right.
Like, I'm sure, I'm willing to bet that there's a number of them, while the act of being there is a crime, because the building was not open to the public, they breached police lines and did not have permission to be there. Some of them just went in there, walked around, and didn't damage anything, didn't hurt anybody, and then left. And while they should be charged with the lesser crime, like, what they did doesn't rise to the same level as the ones that, like, you know, the horn guy, you know.
Yeah.
And even he was like, it's just you're trying to, like, this was like some brilliant, like, insurrection attempt to take over the government.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know how you can get to there, and then by looking at the way that people were behaving.
Yeah.
Like, did this look organized in any way that they were going after people? It looked to me like just a bunch of hooligans being hooligans.
Yeah. I know, I was going to say that's your new name, so Raging
Asshole. I like
but
it.
yeah, that's what she's saying here is just the opposite of what they were saying.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, you know, we know we're going to win, so we need to unite with the thing. Okay, you can go.
or belittle the accounts of survivors. In doing so,
Survivors. What?
Yeah.
What?
So again, that's a direct response to the Twitter thing. It's like you're belittling her, and because she's a survivor.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you weren't in the building. You weren't harmed. There was no threat to you at any point during these events.
You know what this is? This is like when YouTubers have beef and they go and make response videos to each other, except she's using the floor of
she's using the floor of the
Congress on national television to do it. That's the difference.
It's basically it. Like, I'm sorry, like, I understand that the people that were in, like, the Senate chambers and everything and had to kind of get rushed out of there, and they put these stupid little hoodies on them to protect them from... And like, I'm sure that was not a pleasant experience, but to call them survivors, I think, again, is like, come on, lady. Like, what did you survive?
Mm-hmm.
Being told you had to leave your building and being escorted by police to another building where you were kept completely safe and completely out of harm's way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that would be like saying, like, I was traumatized because somebody pulled the fire alarm.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like, I could have died. Like, so there could have been a stampede, and like, instead of just casually walking out of the building and going to safety, like, this is a super traumatic event. This is not, and this is like this is a child recounting their harrowing tales of nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the hero thing. Going back to that.
Exactly. Like she's a survivor. What did you survive? There was no threat to you. You were not. You're a real hero. Yeah. Like, you weren't in the building. You were in a building that was like several minutes walk away. Like, across the street from the Capitol, but like the Capitol grounds isn't just like the building and then like 10 feet and there's the curb. It's like fucking sprawling.
Yep.
And he's like, well, I was in the Capitol complex. Oh, because you were in the office building and it's connected by tunnels that were never breached.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay. Well, there was, I was connected by roads to the Capitol building, so I'm a survivor.
Yeah.
Like, at what point does it, like, it's so absurd. And it's
mental gymnastics.
Yeah, it's to score some political points, but it's also just to, like, look at me. I'm a hero. I'm a survivor. Like, again, virtue by the fact that she's been a victim of some event. Like, she hasn't achieved anything, but other than she's a survivor of an event that she wasn't really even a part of.
Right.
It's absurd.
Those who were there that day and provide cover for those responsible. But they also send a tremendously damaging message to survivors of trauma all across this country.
What?
The way to deal with trauma, violence, and targeting is to paper it over, minimize it, and move on.
Yeah, it's called grit. It's called being tough.
Well,
but not only that, but there isn't any trauma to even gloss over. I mean,
we're minimizing something because it deserves to be minimized because like you weren't, again, in danger. Like you weren't there, lady. Like,
here's the example.
You didn't survive anything.
Here's the example. Like, Broba Fett's in the chat, and he still lives pretty near to where I grew up in one of the most dangerous cities in America. Per capita, at one point in the 90s and 80s, I think it had the highest murder rate. I would go out at night. I'd have to go to work, until, who knows, midnight or something. You're working fast food. You got to close and all that stuff. I'm driving home, and I don't know how many times you get to a stoplight, and all those motherfuckers should have been on yellow flashers or at least red flashers after a certain time of night, because there's not that much traffic out. But bottom line, you pull up to a light and a car full of people that pretty much frighten the fuck out of you pull up next to you. That's pretty traumatizing, because they're like staring at you, and it's like you can feel their eyes on you. But what do you do if you take off? Then you're in big trouble, right? But if you don't take off, are you still in big trouble? So it was pretty scary. But it doesn't mean I was traumatized and I suffered from lasting effects from it. I just moved on and I got the hell out of that city and never came back. So that's my example here. Yeah, you went through something that was pretty scary, and yeah, it was intense at the moment. A few times I was scared shitless. I'm all by myself, at 1 a.m. driving home, and there's no one else in sight, and there's this car full of 5 guys. Like, what's going to happen?
Yeah,
so
I'll go as far as saying, like, I think somebody who gets in a fender bender in a parking lot undergoes more trauma, actual trauma, than a normal person would in her shoes.
Yeah.
That day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you can be like, it's okay. You're like, okay, we got to be evacuated. What's going on? This is kind of freaky. But to say, like, it has some lasting effect when after the fact, you're like, okay, I was never really in any danger.
Right.
That could have gone bad, but I'm glad it didn't, and, time to move on and everything.
It's almost an endorphin rush, like...
Right. And, like, if you've been in a car accident or lost control on the ice, like we were talking earlier and everything, you're like, shit, check the drawers,
Yeah.
Fuck, that was a scary situation.
Yeah.
I'm all right. But, like, you don't... And you could tell the story and, like, oh man, I was driving and man, I like.
And you know how many people I told that story to? A lot already. Right. So because it was pretty interesting. So
right, but you're not creating yourself as a victim and like champion. Like I'm a survivor.
No. Yeah, I'm a survivor of this.
I'm a survivor.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, and the thing is, like, when you go through an incident like that and you do get through it, yeah, you get an endorphin rush, and it's like, wow, I'm all calmed down now, and it's a story to tell, but it's also an experience that you can learn from as well. Now, this right here, I hope it never happens again, but if it does, maybe they'll be better prepared for it because they seem not to be the way they're acting. Maybe they can find out why there weren't enough guards or Capitol Police, as we discussed earlier.
Yeah, I'd have some serious questions for the Sergeant at Arms of the House and the Senate.
Yeah,
I'd be directing some like serious inquiries there, like, dudes, like, how were you guys so ill prepared? How can we be more prepared? And don't tell me you need a bigger budget, because you do that, you say one thing about the budget, you're fired.
Yeah.
Like, no, you made bad decisions. How can we prevent these bad decisions from being repeated?
Throw more money at it.
Well, that's the solution in
oh yeah,
in DC for everything. It's just there's never a bad program. There's just underfunded programs.
Yeah, that's a Thomas Sowell quote.
Yeah,
for sure.
Sadly, this is all too often what we hear from survivors of trauma as the reason why they don't get care. That what they experienced wasn't bad enough or too bad to talk about.
Which we just covered.
Afraid of being invalidated, accused of exaggeration, or making a
you are exaggerating.
Yeah.
As a result, thousands, if not millions, deny themselves the care that they need and deserve, to live better lives. 29 days ago, our nation's capital was attacked. That is the big story. And in that big story reside thousands of individual accounts. Just as valid and important.
So now you care about individuals.
Oh, yeah, individual accounts, as on, like, she wants to, like, I'm sure she's going to have a bill there that everybody gets, like, the $10 million, survivor benefit pension.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure she will. Then she could set herself up, number one, even though, as you mentioned, she was in 2 buildings away. But yeah, they don't care about individuals, and suddenly they want to talk about everyone's story. They only like individuality when it fits their narrative. Otherwise, it's...
Oh, right.
This is the
Everything else
group,
is the
right?
mob.
This is the other group. This is this group. Here's the hierarchy. So now they have this new group of survivors of the Capitol Hill, the terrible insurrectionist attack on Capitol Hill of 2021. Yet there's individuals. Okay.
Right. I guarantee, like when they pass the next round of fucking COVID quote unquote relief, there'll be like some fund set aside for like
Why not?
therapy
It's only 10 million
for
each.
for therapy sessions for everybody that for all the workers in the Capitol building, from all the way from the congressmen and senators themselves to their staff and to food service workers, janitors, all that stuff. They're all going to get like some therapy, some free therapy.
Can I get it for the guys that used to pull up next to me at the red light?
Sure.
Okay.
If I were in Congress, I'd throw you in earmark.
If you campaign on that, I will vote for you.
Oh, you wouldn't vote for me otherwise? Come on, man.
Well, no, you're not promised me anything for free. Well, not free. I'm sorry, on other people's taxpayer money. So,
Yeah.
or no, not even that. On just this endless debt that we
Borrowed
can
money,
just
yeah.
rack up, the deficit. Yeah.
Yeah. But, by the way, it's another huge complaint I have about the Trump administration overall.
Yep.
Fiscally very irresponsible. And I'm not talking tax cuts. I'm just talking
Yeah.
spending policy. Reckless
Yeah.
spending policy.
Tonight, for this special order, we will begin to hear and commit to the congressional record just some of those many stories. I thank my colleagues who have bravely come forward today to share their accounts.
Yeah, that's a man
This
bun.
is a congresswoman here
I
talking to
yield
the
to my
American
friend,
people like she's a
Mr.
kindergarten
Welch.
teacher.
From Vermont.
Yeah.
I thank the gentlelady.
What?
It was an extraordinary day that started out quite beautiful for me. I live across the street, right next to the Supreme Court.
Vermont.
And every day, almost without...
These are the kinds of guys I see in
There are
stores and
demonstrators
places, and I just
out
want to
on the
like
Supreme
punch
Court.
them.
They're peaceful, almost without fail.
Just pause it. You can hear him right now saying, honey, this stuff, can we get some of this? It's that detergent I really like. Can we get some of this? I'm from Vermont, by the way. Nothing against anyone from Vermont, but
Well, your voting record's like atrocious when it comes to
that too.
You elect people of Vermont to live, but I don't think
By the way,
in a state that can throw stones.
At the end of this, does it have Talib's part? Because I read about that, and we definitely need to see Talib.
Yes, we will have Talib is one of the speakers. Oh God, Ilhan Omar is also one. I think it's Talib that's right there behind her, in the red.
Yeah.
That's-
Well, she played the M card, so just be ready for that.
Oh, absolutely, she did.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Which has nothing to do with it. So.
Well, no, and then there's another one that comes up there, and it's basically it was the white supremacist attack, and it's like, what? We'll get to that.
Okay.
With that, I yield to my friend, Mr. Welch from Vermont.
I thank the gentlelady.
What a weenie.
It was an extraordinary day that started out quite beautiful for me. I live across the street, right next to the Supreme Court. And
Wow, you
every
live
day,
next to the Supreme Court.
almost without fail, there are demonstrators out on the Supreme Court. They're peaceful. Some of them I agree with.
Mostly.
Some of them I disagree with. But it's a beautiful sight to see people exercising their First Amendment right.
Only if I agree with them.
Day, January 6th, and I had time. We weren't scheduled to be here in the House until about 1 p.m. So I did something that is a privilege and just a joy for those of us who serve here in the Capitol.
Listen to this.
I took a walk from the Supreme Court to the Capitol, down to the Washington Monument, to the Lincoln Memorial, and back. And of course, the Trump protesters at that point were there.
So if you like Google Maps the Supreme Court all the way
Yeah.
to like the Lincoln Memorial,
Yeah.
like how nice of a job is it when like on a work day you don't have to report for work and you can go and take like a 3-hour walk?
Yeah, no shit.
Because it is not that small of a walk to get from the Supreme Court of the United States all the way to like the Lincoln Memorial. Mm-hmm. The Lincoln Memorial is like by the Washington Monument. Like,
Yep.
It's not a short jog, and the Supreme Court is further like on the other side of the Capitol building. So it's like the Capitol building, and then like a block, I guess east would be the Supreme Court building.
Did he have a mask on? That's my question. That entire time.
I'm sure she did, or he did. Like, you know, actually, probably is she.
Yeah.
Because, but like, really, how great is it? Like, I don't.
I was about to bring that up actually. Like, 1 o'clock, huh?
To one, I don't have to be to work till 1 o'clock. So I'm going to take the whole morning and take this wonderful, beautiful walk. Now mind you, like, okay, they did end up working late that day because of everything that happened, and then, but they like, these are not long, hard hours, guys.
Yeah.
This is like, it's a lot of just sitting around and waiting for procedures to get finished. It's not like they're shoveling coal into the...
But that's the thing, man. You know, this motherfucker could have been working on something else. You know, the people that elected him, that he represents, there's something going on that he could have been working on. Not just his job isn't just to be in the chamber, right? There's stuff he could have been working on.
Well, and not to get into too much of a split up, here's one of the biggest problems in U.S. politics is that the House of Representatives and the Senate literally do nothing. Now, you could say that, hey, that's a good thing, then they're not messing things up. But literally all they do is pass these gigantic appropriation omnibus bills, and then basically their idea of oversight is calling a hearing, getting the cameras rolling, wagging their finger at some executive or some administrator in the executive branch, and then calling it a day. These guys literally don't fucking do a fucking thing ever, because they've handed off all their authority that is granted to them by the people. They have abdicated it to the executive branch. So now the only thing that ever matters is who's running the executive branch, because then they control all these, you know, alphabet buildings and agencies that actually create the rules that we have to live by. Like, most of the rules that we live by are not passed by Congress. Like, this is not, you know, that little light bulb thing, you know, the Bill song, whatever.
Yeah.
I forget the name of it. Like, but it doesn't work that way anymore. They direct an agency to create rules to do something, and then they just throw money at the agency. And the only time if they have an issue with the agency is they'll bring the person that's in charge of the agency up to Capitol Hill for a hearing. And just like they do with, like, the executives of big tech, right? And Republicans are just as fucking guilty as this, by the way. They are happy to give away their authority to the executive branch when they have the executive branch. It's in their, when a Republican has it. They haul them up there, wag their fingers, and lecture them for the cameras. You know, makes a good soundbite. And then what happens? Nothing.
Right.
Nothing. Because they don't do anything, because Congress does nothing. Because all they do is pass huge, gigantic omnibus bills. That's all they do all year long.
Right.
They have almost no oversight, or execute no oversight. Because in order to execute oversight, you actually have to put some teeth into it and be willing to go, like, okay, if this agency isn't doing what it's supposed to be doing, I'm going to cut its funding on the next budget. Like, that's the power of the purse. That's where Congress has its power over the executive branch.
Yeah, the power they never execute.
They never execute it.
Ever.
Because everything is crammed into these gigantic bills, what they call them omnibus bills, where they're funding multiple branches of government all in one bill.
Well,
And
what
it's a
happens
take it or
is,
leave it. So if you vote against it, you're halting food stamp payments, even if it's
Yes.
something that's not even related to food stamps.
Yep.
But because it's in that same bill, if you're holding that bill up because you won't want to actually have oversight, you're then accused of starving poor people.
yeah. Yep. And then, you know, when programs do not pan out and they fail, you can't cut the spending because then you're accused of taking money away from an agency that needs it to fulfill a key purpose. And
Right.
that's it's all political, man. It's all about the next election, the next campaign.
Anytime you especially with budget things, you go after a program, it's always you go after the program's intent, not the actual results.
Yeah.
Because if you design this program and you say, well, this is going to be the, stop child trafficking law, but it creates this agency and the agency does nothing, and you go like, this is a waste. We're going to move that authority back to the FBI where it belongs in the first place. We don't need this extra agency. We just need the FBI to do their job. Even if they have 0 convictions and 0 arrests, the news story is that you cut funding to the agency or the group responsible for stopping child trafficking. And it never matters that they didn't do it in the first place. It only matters what the intent of the bill was, or in a lot of cases, just the name of the bill. That's what it is, because you can name a bill anything you want. I could craft a bill if I was a congressman and that would authorize abortion up till 6 years of life. And I could name it the Child Protection Act.
Yep.
And if you vote against it because it's an absurd bill, you're going to abort a 4-year-old kid. What an absurd thing to do. Nobody's in favor of that. But what's the political ad going to be? The political ad's going to be you voted to defund the Child Protection Act.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and it's been happening forever.
And the way the debates are structured in our political world, where it's these 2-minute gotcha soundbite shit, where things like that can't ever get fleshed out, is why we have the government that we deserve. Because we're not willing to do the research and go, well, okay, let me find out what the details of this Child Protection Act are, and you go like, holy Christ, I'm glad he voted against it. That bill should be repealed. It's stupid. But nobody, very few people dig into it, and certainly the media doesn't. They're just happy to run the sound bites because that gets the clicks, that gets the views, right? On their cable news channels or their nightly news programs or their website or whatever. And it's a real plague in politics. And the problem is in order to fix it, one party or a group of people, it could be either party, has to decide that they're willing to do it. And in order for them to do it, they have to have control of all 3 branches. Or not all 3 branches. They need full control of the legislature, which means House and Senate, and the executive branch. And as soon as you get all 3 of those, why would you give up your power?
Right.
I'm not going to, that's my guy that's in the White House. I'm not going to restrict his power. He's going to do things I like. So it never changes. And Congress continues and continues and continues to abdicate their authority to the point where they honestly, I don't know why we even have 2 chambers. I don't know why they exist. They literally only pass omnibus bills.
Mm-hmm.
And occasionally some big program, and it's thousands of pages, but that's not even half of it. The majority of it is just directing agencies to come up with rules and regulations. So the actual meat of things like even the Affordable Care Act. What is a medical device that qualified for the tax to help fund the program? Well, that's determined by an executive agency, and there's then no congressional oversight back to it. They can define a medical device as a Q-tip,
right,
if they wanted to, and then therefore tax it at the rate of any other medical device as part of the bill, because that's the easiest way. Then they have all they have to do is sit on their high horses and blame the administration. And there's some, and the worst Republicans that drive me crazy are the ones that honestly I think are happier when they're in the minority and out of power, because then they don't actually have to do anything or explain anything. They can just point the finger at the other side.
Correct. Yep.
And John fucking McCain, one of the worst senators in the history of this country, was the personification of that. he was never more happy than when he was out of power, and he was never more miserable, more curmudgeon-y, and more grumpy than when he was actually in power. His party was in power, either in the White House or the majority of the Senate. He hated it. Because all he wanted to do was to run to CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, and complain about the administration. Because and protect decorum in the Senate. This is a miserable, horrible politician. And honestly, here's a great example.
He's a bureaucrat.
Lifetime politician after being a victim and a hero in war. He got a lifetime pass.
Politically incorrect truth bomb.
I honestly despise that man so
I
much.
have some friends.
I hated him.
I have some friends that didn't interact with him directly, but indirectly. And trust me, if you think you don't like the guy or didn't like the guy, you should hear some of this stuff. Let's just put it that way.
He was a manipulative, vindictive, petty person. And you could tell on his speeches on the floor of the Senate, he would get all riled up about, decorum violations and shit like that. The stunt he pulled when he was the deciding vote to not repeal a major section of Obama, when he waltzed down there and down the center aisle and did the raspberry thumbs down thing, because he was at that point he was sick, so he wasn't he flew back to Washington to cast the deciding no vote that blocked the repeal of a good chunk of Obamacare. That was 100,000%.
He did the Roman emperor,
Yeah, it was the 100,000%, not on the merits, not on the bill. It was fucking spite, because he was a miserable, spiteful fuck. And his whole shtick, it was, I'm just an old man and I don't know anything.
Then why are you in office?
And everybody gave him a pass. If you attacked him, even on the merits of what he was saying and what he was doing, it was, you're attacking war hero veteran John McCain. I'm sorry. I appreciate veterans. I really do. But it does not give you a lifetime asshole pass.
Yeah.
When you serve. You still are responsible for your actions through the rest of your life. You don't get a free fucking pass.
Well, and they didn't say that when he was running in 2008. So...
Oh, no. That was awesome. How quickly that turned on him, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he learned... Well, you would think he learned a lesson, but he didn't.
He got... That's a whole different... I'm not even going to go down that route, but we need to talk about... We need to go through, elections, starting with 1984, maybe? Just do maybe 2 elections per stream. Yeah, that would be... because
the man who carried one state.
Yeah, well, he got D.C. too, so... Anyway, let's listen to what... I
said one state.
Yeah, let's listen to what grapefruit Peter Welch here has to say.
As it was their right to be. But on the way back, I became somewhat alarmed.
Looks like he bumped his forehead on a bar or something.
It was really much more like a white-hot mob.
Probably his wife.
Many folks with bullhorns talking about hanging Mike Pence.
What?
Using horrible epithets I can't mention here.
There is video evidence of people saying shitty things in the audience.
Because they came back towards 4th Street. I came...
It's on record.
...in sight of and was standing by 2 groups of people who were about 70 strong and were practicing marching in military formation. And they were chanting as they did. Again, a word I can't use here.
Why?
People, talking about the people in this building.
There's actually rules in the
Miss Ocasio-Cortez said, people in this building were workers. They were Capitol Police who were in this building because they had to do an hour-and-a-half commute to do this job, to protect this building that belongs to the people of this country, so they could then pay the bills for their family and make that hour-and-a-half commute back.
Oh, you care about that.
It was the cafeteria workers.
Oh, the cafeteria workers. The lunch
Americans.
lady.
Yeah.
The hero.
Now, at that
yeah,
point,
essential
I
worker.
didn't think anything about it. Because it never occurred to me that with all the anger and hostility I saw, with those groups of people that were marching in a formation.
That formation,
When I
man.
was later sitting up in that gallery with many of my colleagues as the proceedings were taking place, it never, ever occurred to me that this building would be invaded. I took it for
Oh, they need to play this clip at the impeachment defense because I thought it was a certainty and it was a foregone conclusion based on,
Yeah.
based on history that this was foreseeable and preventable.
for our leadership, the speaker, the majority leader,
Missed him.
the minority leader, and our majority leader.
The defense
Rushed
calls
them off the
Representative
floor.
Peter Welch.
Yeah.
We in the floor on the gallery still had no idea what was going
Blake,
on.
totally true, yes.
Now, in retrospect, we find out the west side of the building was being breached. And one of the police officers said it was like a castle storming. Mr. McGovern took the chair.
It's just like the two towers.
Began to continue
Yeah.
the process of
Helm's
searching
Deep.
for the
Helm's
election
Deep.
Yep.
Until one of the Capitol police officers told us
He's the old guy that fired the arrow that started the whole thing.
that people breached the building.
Hang on, I got to pause. Yeah, this is
He
Helm's
couldn't
Deep.
hold
And,
his bow drawn.
and again, we go back to the hero thing. Like, this is, oh my gosh, storming of a castle. And look at the imagery they're putting forth here. They're really playing up the heroic aspect of it.
Right. Yeah.
And that's another thing. Like, there must be some kind of house rule. You have to have your mask on. Like, at work, when I go in, like, we can take them off at our desk if we're doing certain things. We're not near anyone else. They have us all split up many, many feet away from each other.
Oh, yeah. This is show.
Yeah.
He's nowhere near anybody.
No.
He's not even talking at the same podium that AOC was. Because you remember when it cut back over him, he
was way to her right.
Yeah, he's way to her right, our left on the screen. Like, he's not, they weren't even close to each other. They're not even sharing the same microphone. But it's optics, right?
Yeah,
So
well,
they
and
have
I
to
don't know if
wear it
they
for the
came up with some
optics.
kind of rule that says you have to
There
have
is.
one.
There is a rule. They
Okay.
I think they were going to pass a House rule, and it was going to be something like a $5,000 fine.
Oh my gosh. That's again, whole different topic. It's just ridiculous.
Well, he's a hero for demonstrating mask use.
Yeah,
He's a hero.
that's another one. Yeah.
Mask,
Heroic mask
lie
use
on
right
the
there.
floor. And then I saw Capitol police officers with guns from their holsters
Where else do they come from?
at these men and women. And I tried at that moment to imagine, what was it like for them? That they actually had to have a weapon out. They had families. They had responsibility. And whatever fear they may have felt, their duty was to protect us. And they were going to do it. No matter what.
But they didn't.
And how small I felt at that
Well,
moment.
it did because no congressman or senator
that
or
because
staffer
of
died.
someone who was doing their duty
That's true too.
to protect me. I'm no more worthy than any other person who works in this building, but that's their job. They were threatened. And then, of course, we heard the shot. When
The
the mob
shot.
was getting in to the door of the speaker's lobby. And then to get us out, they had to bring us all the way across this chamber to the far door.
Well, hey, no problem, Pete. You took a 3-mile walk. Can't you just go around the
Yeah.
corridor?
And we got stopped right over here where
Way
these
more than a
two
3-mile
doors
walk.
were being breached. And we heard the sound and saw the poles that were being pushed through. And you know the rest, we're going to hear more stories. But I want to say that in listening to my colleagues and experiencing it myself where I had some fear, but then we were okay. The two things that
Just like we talked about earlier.
stay with me are that the tradition we've had in this country that's so commonplace that we do it every 4 years, a peaceful transfer of power.
Oh, please watch my earlier video.
Yeah, let's go back to 2017. That, quite frankly, looked worse than this. It's just the fact that you were the target, P-Dub, and That's what matters to you. Not that private businesses
Right.
in
And the
DC
windows
were being
smashed,
destroyed.
Windows were burned. Like 3
Fuck,
cars
not
were
for the
burned.
past 8 months in Portland, in Austin, in LA, in Atlanta.
Kenosha,
Yeah, in Kenosha, in Detroit,
Minneapolis.
Chicago, Washington, D-fucking-C, at the White House. Go fuck yourself.
And how extraordinary it is that we do that every 4 years was shattered. And the second thing
Why doesn't he have
is
2
that they
masks
saw
on as they
something
recommend?
that allowed
Fauci
Jim Crow
backtracked on that like
to
the next day or
thrive
something.
Oh, okay.
for over 100 years after
Flip
the
Civil
cost.
War,
Flip
and
Fauci.
that was the use of violence as a political tactic.
The use of violence as a political tactic.
Yeah, and not stopping it.
I'm struggling to think of another example of that. Oh,
Yeah, I
pretty much the
can't come up
entire
with
last-
one.
Yeah, the entire last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's an example, or like inauguration date 2006, 2017. He was elected in 2016, but inaugurated 2017. Yeah, those would be good examples of attempts to use violence as a political tool, under the same kind of pretext as like Donald Trump stole the election, Russian collusion, all this other stuff. Like, sounds like a lot like Trump. I don't know. I guess it was okay when Hillary did it.
Yeah.
And continues to, like, this day, they still believe it. Like, they haven't conceded 2016.
No. And she never will.
No, and neither do her supporters. They were, before he even got inaugurated, they were saying they were going to impeach his ass for executing no policies up to that point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
7-foot fences with concertina wire. So the trauma that we're feeling, working in this sense of isolation, is the trauma to our democracy.
Well, what about the trauma of working in isolation going across the country for people because of this hysteria that's going on around COVID-19? Why don't you have some empathy for those people?
Our goal, our responsibility.
Oh, they have empathy.
It's to restore
They
them,
want to give
not
them
to
$2,000.
Yeah,
Yield back.
Go away.
if you're lucky.
I now yield to my friend from New York, Mr. Adriano Espaillat.
Oh, I think this guy was pretty boring.
Yeah, we can skip the boring motherfuckers.
I just
Did any Republicans come?
not for this part of it. Afterwards, she yielded back the floor, and then they went on to talk about.
Well, I didn't know if she had any, like, any rhinos or anything.
For
Not to my knowledge.
organizing this special order hour this evening. As the events
I don't
of
think they would have
January
yielded the
6th
floor to him.
are
Is
still
Charlie Ringel still in office?
The memories of
No.
all of us.
Maybe this guy took his
as
place.
well as millions and millions of
Yes, I don't think he
Americans
is.
across the nation.
This guy's boring as fuck.
Ultimately, we need to have the truth.
Okay, that's boring.
Thank the gentlelady from New York.
Oh yeah, Sheila
Oh,
Jackson. Lee. Here
yeah,
we
let's
go.
back up
White
here.
supremacy. Well, she was just starting. So you were right on.
Oh, he forgot his phone. That's racist, Pete. You invaded her space.
Look at this. Oh, Karen. Oh, Karen.
Thank you all for her courage.
She got out the Clorox wipes.
Keeping us together.
She apparently thought the Latino who was speaking prior was,
Oh, it was Pete. He went back.
We're not
Dirty.
doing this for ourselves. We have taken an oath of office. I have said this many times today as we debated a question of the status of a member. We took an oath to defend this nation.
Yeah, this is the same day they
Against
booted
all
what's her name
enemies.
off committees. They did
Foreign.
that just before this started.
And we realize that oath is
Like
really
minutes before.
above our own personal safety.
Damn, she does have two
These are
masks
called
on.
upon by this nation to defend her, to defend our constituents.
I think the
I
other
would
one's
venture
just
to
holding
say that
her extra
most members
chins.
would stand by their
It's a
constituents
sling.
and this nation. This should not be
But she is
taken
wearing
as
two.
members fleeing.
Hey Trey, in the
Out of
chat there,
fear.
have you ever used two
It
condoms
should be taken
on the same fuck? Just
as an
that's kind of what's
explanation
going on
and
here.
an expose of what happened in this place, how it was desecrated, undermined, diminished, how the American people watched this precious place. For those of us who've been here, I fled this place on 9/11. We were in a meeting, and all you could hear
Term limit shouldn't even be
was a
around
lot of noise.
20 years
I mean,
later.
she's had 10 terms.
Uh-huh.
Members continuing to meet, not wanting to be
At
disturbed,
least.
did not move.
Or 10 since then, but who knows how
Until
many
an
total.
officer or
Yeah.
screaming came, and we heard the noise say,
At least 10
"We don't
terms.
know what's going on, but get out." In that instance, we fled, and all we could hear was, "Run as fast as you can and hit the ground way on the other side near First Street in the Supreme Court." I could see the billowing smoke and the plane that had hit the Pentagon. And so,
Oh, she's talking.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. I'm pausing this shit.
She's comparing it to 9/11.
Yeah, I was listening. I thought she was talking about the 6th, and then
Yeah, as soon as
I'm
she
like,
said
wait.
Pentagon, I'm like, oh,
Wait a
she's
minute.
comparing it to 9/11.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And yes, Trey, you're exactly right. It is fucking disgusting.
It was different from having a pandemic. It was different from the setting here, except for the fact that members cared about what was going on in their constituency and their staff. Here
They
we were in
cared.
the same way. Members were protecting their staff and their offices. So I want this not to be about us, but the story needs to be told. And as you've already heard, there were those of us participating in this debate, some on the floor, some in the gallery. And I will tell you that the first thing I saw, Congresswoman, because we did not know of the huge crowd down near the White House. We didn't know that there were people dancing to music inside the White House, watching activities of attack here. But we didn't know about the major...
She actually dances.
So she's saying that people at the White House, while looking at the news footage of the Capitol breach, were dancing to music.
Yeah. And she actually dances.
That's one hell of an unsubstantiated accusation. That's one of those anonymous sources.
Yeah, Trey, that's what I was saying. She is wearing two masks, so that's what I'm saying. Like, do you wear two condoms? I mean, is that a thing? But yeah. And then she said earlier she doesn't want it to be about them. It's like, that's all this is about them.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, we'll just throw in the cafeteria workers and the the police, and they had to draw their guns from their holsters. Not their spare gun from their boot or their crotch.
Well, I can believe the cops were legitimately like, because they knew that they weren't going to be able to run and hide. They were going to have to stand their ground and do their job. Yeah, I'm sure they were probably like, oh fuck. But
well, it's like Horn Guy. Was he going to go into the cafeteria and just attack the lady that's serving up the mashed potatoes? I mean,
Horn Guy hates lunch ladies. Like, it's an established fact.
He is a cafeteriaist, right?
Yes. He had a bad experience in grade school with an evil lunch lady, and he hasn't been the same since.
Provoking a crowd of insurrectionists that had planned to come here and kill people.
It's a buzzword, insurrection.
Again, kill people.
Good friends here rising up out of seats and moving out quickly. And only after they began to move did we hear the words, hurry up, get out, flee. Not necessarily flee, but first words I heard was our good leadership telling the doors to be closed. Thank them for that, our Sergeant of Arms who are here in this place.
Brilliant tactics. Close the doors.
Yeah, close the doors.
The attack coming from the Senate side. And then we could
Close the blast doors.
hear the
Right.
shooting that occurred right outside in the cloakroom area. And we crouched there, and some of my good colleagues and I began to pray. I started out by saying this is not about us, but it's about...
We prayed to our God.
And as I mourned and honored Officer Sicknick, as he was honored by being in a state of honor in this house.
Honored by being in a state of honor.
I was reminded of the many officers, Capitol Hill,
How
and
eloquent.
police that are in hospitals, that are still hurting, and that are still suffering. And I said earlier this evening that I offer to them my deepest concern and sympathy and respect, and I'll be introducing a resolution to honor them. But I think the importance
For
of this,
being honored, yeah.
reliving what we went through, is, as I've heard from my colleagues, we must get to the bottom of this. We cannot let white supremacy, which is now the #1 terrorist activity or terrorist group in America.
Whoa!
Yeah,
What?
That's the bomb. That's the bomb. Yep.
Boom!
It wasn't even about Trump. It was about white supremacy.
Oh, man. And it's the #1 terrorist activity.
Well, they'll trot
Wow.
out some dude at like Homeland Security saying that as like, and cite that as evidence. They'll be like, that's the #1 threat. Because the other threats are being attended to, and it's much harder to spy on U.S. citizens. And it's harder to detect the homegrown terrorists than it is to protect against foreign terrorists.
Yeah, and let's back this way up. I wish I had pulled this article up, but in 2009, after Obama came into office, you know who his AG was? The human pile of shit, Eric Holder. Yeah. So he was AG, and they sent out this report, Justice did, to pretty much every law enforcement agency in America. And it said, hey, you need to be on the lookout. White supremacy. No, they called them right-wing extremists. You need to be on the lookout. So it was extremely controversial at the time, and it still should be today, because sending out a memo like that about a non-specific threat pretty much gives Barney Fife the free card to just go harass people, right? I almost went to this website that I used to have bumper stickers made on. I could find some of them sometime. But I almost had one made that said, pull me over. I'm a right-wing extremist, exclamation point. But I didn't do that. But this is pretty much what it is. You have this white supremacy. Yeah, it's bad. Is there anyone that you know that doesn't condemn it, that doesn't denounce it? What's the word? What's the word that we have to do with white supremacy? We have to
denounce it. We have to
denounce it. Yeah. So, do you know anyone that doesn't? So, point is, when you say that is a terrorist threat, it doesn't even make sense. Antifa is a terrorist threat, and they say, "Oh, it's not an organization," and bull fucking shit. They have a name and they have a logo. Of course, it is. That's a specific threat.
And all these things. Well, let's just go by let's go by something called results, right? So, how many white supremacist terrorist groups have conducted attacks, successful attacks on anything?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Like, what was the last one? Timothy McVeigh?
Well, and then was his white supremacy just incidental?
It was more anarchist, I think, than white supremacist.
Yes.
I don't think it was necessarily like white people are superior or anything like that. It was more anarchist, more government
Right.
than white supremacists. White supremacists, while they do exist, they are largely they're marginalized and not an actual threat. That doesn't mean they should be ignored when they make threats or are doing, crazy shit. But to suggest that this is some like, where's the evidence? Why haven't we seen it?
There it is. I was about to bring this up. This is what they will cite, what Trey's saying here. Because
Dylan Roof, the church shooter guy?
Yeah, if they look at like death count and all that stuff, that will be the rationalization they have for saying that white supremacy is the number one terrorist threat in America. Not other stuff that we won't go into. Because it's in recent memory, apparently. I guess you find out what the cutoff date is. It was like September 12th, 2001. And then you just say, okay, anything beyond that, what was the worst death count in an event? And then that's the number one terrorist threat. If the person who perpetrated it happens to have certain beliefs.
Right.
That gives you carte blanche to just go after anyone you want because, hey, we're attacking this idea. We're combating this idea that's called white supremacy, which if I define you as being I'm going after you, That's the scary thing about ideas, about criminalizing ideas. You have to criminalize individual activities as crimes, not just ideas. Because if you define that idea, because this person we have on the screen now, the good Congresswoman from Texas, she would probably say, well, I read something you said here and I think you're this, so you're now a terrorist. That's the risk you run.
Well, right, and pay close attention to what they consider white supremacy, right? Or
yes.
racist thought. So
yes.
If you suggest that the border laws should be enforced, right?
Yeah.
That's racist.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll say, well, it's racist, so then it's rooted in white supremacy. Therefore, if you support the wall or enforcing border policies, you are a white supremacist group.
Well, I guess that black chapter of the Minutemen Project, I guess, they're white supremacists too. So
naturally,
even though it's like completely not in their best interest to be, I guess they are. Here we go.
More so than foreign terrorists. Dominate
more so
of what this democracy and this Constitution stands for. We can't let the idea of free speech be the source of the fueling of hatred and anger that turns to violence.
Whoa.
We can't let individuals storm this building and call for the killing of the vice president or the killing of the speaker of the house or the
both people are white.
Plastic cuffs.
By the way, Pence and Pelosi are white.
Yeah.
Members of Congress in their offices. We cannot allow
most of Congress is white.
Attack on voices.
Yeah.
She's 14-term congresswoman.
Holy shit.
28 years.
So I'm here on the floor to say that we shall not be denied. We're never going to give up our love for democracy nor its vitality. Nor are we going to let this country be dominated.
I don't know. Sometimes I'm thinking about giving up my love for democracy. Don't you? Just some days I'm like, I think I'm going to give it up. But then at the 0 hour, I change my mind. So.
Well, the thing is like I'm
a hero now.
I'm 100% in favor of representative government, pure democracy, mob rule with no minority rights. I am absolutely opposed to. But I will grant an exception. If somebody wants to make me dictator, I'll take it.
Yeah.
But only me.
Oh, yeah. I have some stories on that, Trey, that maybe I can share sometime, probably not in a live stream. Yeah, there's some wacky mental gymnastics and logic going on when that happens. And I bet you anything that it was a female that said that to you and not a male.
By the insurrectionists who came to this place to do nothing but act in a bloodthirsty manner. We're not afraid of you.
Bloodthirsty?
Yes, on behalf of all of those officers that the video
I've seen the videos. I'm not bloodthirsty. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, and we're not afraid of you. Apparently, you are if you're running from them,
and you're continually traumatized by the event.
Yes. So which is it?
Were beaten by American flags, beaten with signs of Nazism. We're going to get to the bottom of this for you. We're going to find out what happened. We're going to find out why the information came from the FBI to the city of Washington, D.C. and their police, and it was evidence that it was given to the brass here, but that there was no response in terms of the kind of equipment or the numbers of officers that were there, or why
that's fair.
Permission given.
I'm all for that. Like, let's get into it. Like, why was the response so disproportionate to the crowd size and the risk assessment? Like, who botched that one up? I'm all in favor of that. I'll agree with her there, because I think that should be explored.
We talked about that earlier. Yeah.
I think somebody's incompetent. Somebody deserves to probably lose their job over that. Like, how could you look at the situation on the ground and going, "Yeah, we have enough cops."
Why did this president deny
who controls D.C., by the way?
To protect not us.
Who runs it?
The mayor.
Place of democracy.
Yeah, you think the mayor's a Trump supporter?
No, not in that town, dude.
Nope. Nope. No.
Not in that town.
No.
I'm grateful for this opportunity. We have work to do. But I think the greatest statement that we can make tonight, that we're in the light of day on this floor, as I said before, not for us, but to be able to stand in the shoes of all of those sheroes and heroes who fought in different ways, whether it was in the peace movement, whether it was in the civil rights movement, Black Power movement, whether it was Cesar Chavez fighting for...
Holy fuck! You're gonna lionize Chavez?
And what did she say?
Whoa,
what were those two words she said? The Black Power movement. So in the same speech, you're gonna play up this imaginary threat of white supremacy and then start talking about Black Power. That's really rich.
For farm workers, people who fought to make a difference for goodness, for all of those patriots, all of those fallen leaders, some assassinated like Dr. Martin Luther King, we cannot stand.
He would have fucking hated your ass.
Of those who provided horror to this place to suggest to the world that they have overcome us. I close by simply saying to the world that we had a day, January 6th, an attack on this place. Insurrectionists and domestic terrorists penetrated the United States Capitol, but they never penetrated the strength of the Constitution.
Never mind.
And our values and our commitment.
I guarantee they didn't want to penetrate that.
Oh yeah, they would pass over.
To give respect and comfort.
Move on to the next one.
Yeah, they're white.
They go after Pete Welch first, so.
Or thereafter, in terms of our law enforcement officers, and sadness for those, unfortunately, that lost their life by being misguided, but also to be able to say that this is a place
being misguided. So
so they themselves are victims.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. There's no personal responsibility. A recurring theme.
This Ashley Babbitt person that got shot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I legitimately I don't want to say she deserved to be shot, because I don't think she deserved to be shot. But she was doing the wrong thing with the wrong group at the wrong time.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody dragged her there.
Yeah.
Nobody put her there.
Yep.
Other than herself.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that she died it's not good. But on the same token, I'm gonna, I gotta be like, look, based on your actions, what you were doing, I don't want to say you had it coming, but you did. You did have it coming.
That's completely fair.
I don't like. Does it warrant the death penalty? Does it warrant getting shot? Like, I wish not. I wish not. But she put herself in that situation.
That's
she
completely fair.
She was a part of it, and unfortunately, her passions were misguided. Not by somebody else, but by herself.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was politically aligned with her, support Trump and everything. And I do think that the substantial amount of irregularities is at the very least suspicious and warranting investigation. But had I been there, had I been in Washington, D.C., had I been outside that Capitol building, when other people were hurting cops and crashing the barricade, I would have done the same thing I've done probably 20, 30 times when I've been in a bar. And I get the sense that some shit's going to go down, right? You've probably, if you've been to bars in your life, you've probably been in this situation where you kind of get a vibe that like some shit's going to go down. You got you got some guy who's just drunk and of course, full of piss and vigor and looking for a fight, and you just know that a fight's going to break out. And you think to yourself like, look, okay, I could stay around, I could participate, and then deal with the aftermath, have to talk to the cops, give statements, all this other shit, or you just kind of like, shit, this vibe is ruined, let's go to the next bar. And I've done that in my personal life. I can't even count how many times where I've gotten the vibe that like some shit's going to go down. I'm getting the fuck out of here because I don't want to be a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I would have done. And I can say that with 100% confidence that I would not have been swept up in the moment and participated in those events. I would have gone like, look, I'm here because like I want to support the president. I think the idea that Pence was going to like somehow undo the election was absurd in the first place. So like I probably wouldn't have gone, but let's say I'd been there. I absolutely would not have participated in that shit. I would have gone like, I don't want any part of this. Because some shit's going down. I don't want any part of this. Fuck this. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
And that's what Ashley should have done.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, she didn't, and she paid with it with her life. And that sucks. I wish, for her sake, in that moment, she had made a better choice.
Yeah. She wasn't a victim.
But she is not a victim.
No.
Other than she's a victim of her own actions. And
yeah.
While I feel bad that she made poor choices, I can't. I'm not going to bring myself to feel bad that what happened because.
Yep.
She was a part of it. She participated in it, and that's what happens.
Yep.
And I'd like to think I'm pretty significant. Like, if you're interacting with a police officer, let's say a random traffic stop or some other event or whatever, and you are belligerent and you are disruptive or behave in a violent way towards the police officers and give them reason to use force, you kind of have it coming.
Mm-hmm.
I've been pulled over, not too many times in my life, but I have been pulled over by the police. You know what I do? Fucking 10 and 2, man. When that cop comes up to the window, I'm not giving him an excuse to draw his fucking weapon. And it's not because I have some, like, fealty to police officers or authority or anything like that. I'm kind of anti-authoritarian in a lot of my views. But you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to give the guy an excuse to pull his weapon on me and point it at my face.
Yeah, you're going up a guy with a gun and the extreme prejudice to use it. So,
right. So what do? I'm on yes, sir. And like, I don't say more than I need to, because I don't believe that anybody should self-incriminate. But I'll give an example. I got pulled over. I was on the way to the airport to fly to Bentonville for a meeting, which was awful. And I'm like, Google Maps had me take some side roads, and I got pulled over because I missed the speed limit sign change. And this is, of course, where cops love to make their mark, right? And this is early morning. Like, we're talking like 5 o'clock in the morning because my flight is early in the morning. And, of course, you have to get to the airport ridiculously ahead of time to check in and all that shit. So, like, I'm pushing it. I blew by the speed limit sign change. So it dropped from, like, a 55 to a 45. And I missed it, and I was going 60, right? So the cops got me. I know he's got me. What did I do? Like 10 and 2 is like, he's thinking he's probably making a DUI stop, right? Guy like me, young, a little younger at the time. And, he's got me dead right. I was speeding, and it's kind of bullshit. I hate those speed limit change traps. But you know what? Like, I'm going to fight that in court if I'm going to fight it. Because what my goal was? You got me, write me the fucking ticket. I need to get to the airport, man. So what did I do? I was like, here's my license, here's my proof of insurance, write me the ticket, all good. You got me. Like, what am I going to do? Like, was I violating the law? Yes, I was. Like, what am I going to do? Just give me the fucking ticket, I'll pay the fucking fine, but right now I'm more concerned with making my flight. So just give me the fucking ticket and let me go on. And the worst thing is that whole event frazzled me to the point where, like, and I had to go, and I was in Bentonville for like 5 days. It's like store opening training, all this stuff. And, if you know who's headquartered in Bentonville, it's Walmart. So, like, I was a designated, like, person that was in charge of training people and squaring up a new store operations opening. So I had to go down to Bentonville, go for the training. I go down there, and I was so frazzled and so worried about making my flight at that point because the speeding ticket, I was already kind of a little bit behind. The speeding ticket set me way behind because, of course, he's got to run my license and all this shit. And I'm just like, come on, just write me the ticket. I'll give you the fucking cash right now. Not as a bribe, but just like, fucking let me go. I need to go. And, like, you got me, fine. I get to the airport, I park in the ramp, I leave my fucking dome light on. So when I get back 5 days later, I get back late at night. I'm like the last flight in this airport. I get to my car. I finally find my car because I'm hitting my button on my key fob to, like, to find exactly where you parked, and nothing's happening. And finally, I just like, oh, there's my car. I open the trunk with my key, and no trunk light. I'm like, oh, fuck. Get to my car, turn the key, fucking nothing. Not even just like, not a hint that the car might have thought about starting. It was just like, click, nothing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I want to get home. I've been out of town for several days. I just want to get back to my apartment and go to bed. Because I got to work I still got to work the next day. We got a lot to do. I got a lot on my mind from the stuff that I went to the meetings for in the first place, which was a fantastic thing. It was a great, like, I don't want to say like I had a good time, but it was fascinating to actually go to the headquarters and all that jazz. Kind of get pumped up with that propaganda, I was ready to go but I just wanted to get home. Click. And I'm like, at this point, there's barely any workers left in the entire airport. I had to go all the way to, like, the lost luggage claim to find an employee, but, like, what do I do? Like, can you call somebody? Like, it's like, oh, we got people in this garage, and they'll come by, tell us where you parked. I gave them the location. They came by, and they had a kit and everything, and jumped my car, and off I went. The Milwaukee airport people, thank you. You were fantastic, very helpful. I was very appreciative. Loved the fact that you were able to help me. I did tip you because I was so appreciative. But thank you for helping me out when you were like one of 8 people left in the whole fucking building. Lord Vader, this was 6-7 years ago, maybe. I think. It was just a nightmare. But anyway, my point was is like I had an interaction with a cop. I knew he had me dead to rights. Like looking back, I could see the fucking sign, and I could see it on my phone. Speed limit. Oh fuck! All right, fine. Give me my ticket. Off I go. But, I could have been belligerent about it. I'm like, this is a bullshit. It's a speed trap. The sign's barely lit. You can't even see it. You were waiting for me, and I could have been an asshole. And you know what it would have cost me? Probably another half an hour.
Yeah.
Not to mention that, this guy's just doing his fucking job. If I was going to argue it, I would just argue it in court. I never did. I just paid the fucking fine.
Yeah.
Took the points, paid the fine. And it was substantial because it was 20 over, So it wasn't a cheap ticket by any means. But, I think the cop was thinking he's going to get a DUI out of the deal. And
right.
I'm like, I just woke up an hour ago. The last thing I was going to do is fucking get bombed the night before I had to catch a flight to fucking Bentonville from Milwaukee. But, obviously, sorry, way sidetracked, but
yeah, I gotcha.
I think you don't have to worship cops. You should know your rights.
Yeah,
and I think that's something that people have watch too much TV, and they think they know their rights when they don't know their rights. They think they have more rights than they have in certain circumstances, and then they don't realize the other rights that they do have.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that's something I wouldn't want them teaching this in schools because of course they'd fuck it up. But I think you should, if you don't know what your rights are as a citizen, what the cops can do when they pull you over, you should find out, because it may happen to you. Now, if the cop said, I'm going to search your trunk, I would have said, no, you're not.
Right.
Not that I had any contraband. I had my suitcase in the trunk. That's it.
Yeah.
And a spare tire. Nothing. I wasn't hauling anything illegal. I wasn't doing anything illegal other than speeding. But had he said, okay, I'm going to search your vehicle now, I've said, under what cause? I absolutely would have challenged him on that.
Yeah, it's just the principle.
No cause to search my vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
But see, I know my rights, and I would have said, what cause do you have? What did I do to indicate that you need to search my trunk?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the principle.
I would have fought it. Would I have physically fought it? If you said, well, fuck you, I don't care, I'm going to search your trunk, I would have said, all right, we'll see you in court later.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have punched the cop or tried to grab his gun or anything.
Right.
I would have let him, but there would have been consequences.
Right.
I would have lawyered right the fuck up. But, you need to know your rights when it comes to dealing with police officers, and what your rights are and aren't. Because some people think everything is I'm going to sue, you work retail, everybody's a lawyer, everybody's going to sue you for everything. They have no idea what their rights are, and
right.
no idea what the law is. You're okay, see you in court. Just do some very basic research. You don't need to hire an attorney. You can probably Wikipedia it even though that site's ridiculously biased and compromised. Just know your rights.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll move on.
Yeah, I get everything you're saying.
That we will hold sacred, and we will be victorious, and white supremacy, insurrectionists, and also domestic terrorism will not prevail over us. We will win, and we'll win for the many Americans who believe in the goodness of this country. I thank the gentlelady for yielding to me.
Wow. So, yeah, this is a major threat, apparently, right? And they're going to overcome it. We're going to overcome it.
Right, yeah.
I can't...
She's a hero.
Yeah.
She's thinking... These people, after this, when they were in their offices or whatever, after they staged this little event, they were patting themselves on the back. I fucking guarantee it. And they were all calling each other brave and wonderful and all this stuff, and it's nobody watches. The only people that covered this, and the only reason I even knew about it was because I saw an article mocking it.
Right.
But it wasn't covered seriously. This was given no airtime on network television or even like the news networks.
Yeah, and this the way she lists the people, like, insurrectionists, white supremacy, like it's all the same group. It's I don't know where this white supremacy angle came from, other than it was a plan, to come up with this boogeyman that they can use, kind of what I touched on earlier.
Well, it's easy. It's Trump is a racist, therefore Trump supporters are racist, therefore white supremacy. Because that's in their head. They believe it. Like I honestly like. There's theater going on here, definitely.
Oh yeah.
But underlying it, they believe this shit. I think Sheila Jackson Lee believes that the people that participated on December 6th are a bunch of white supremacists? Absolutely. I guarantee it. Mm-hmm. She believes it in her heart. And she will go to the grave believing it. And there's no amount of logic, facts, or otherwise that will disprove it to her.
Yeah. I think she's done here.
And thank her so very much for her courage again.
Who's next?
She's not the worst one when it comes to the white supremacy angle.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Jackson Lee. I now yield to my colleague, Mr. Representative Dean Phillips of Minnesota.
Oh, I don't.
Oh, what a great state that was at the beginning of June.
Yeah.
He's like, I like the way you do that, Sheila.
She scrubbed down afterwards. I mean, she's self-conscious.
New York, for
Good for
organizing
her
tonight.
She's a hero.
And for inspiring rising generations of Americans, including my own daughters, to dream bigger and to do better. I want to thank you. And I want to start my remarks by addressing those who have belittled,
that fucking expression.
Me too.
Minimized, or criticized anyone who has experienced trauma of any type, at any time.
Like me at the stoplight.
He's going to be...
I say I take pity on you, and I say shame on you.
He's going to be the protector.
I was in this very room on January 6th when the insurrection began.
This guy spends $500,000 a year on Twitch. I guarantee it.
Oh, yeah.
Who had to take cover behind our seats on the floor and struggled to activate our gas masks. The whizzing sounds, the collective whizzing sounds in this room, of which none of us will ever forget. We know the sounds
whizzing
of
sounds?
Glass, the screams, and of the
were you all pissing yourselves?
Yeah.
You were all pissing yourselves.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh, man.
Your pants are victims. Your pants are heroes.
He softball
for
lobbed that one.
The whizzing that you all participated in.
Oh, man.
One shot fired. Like, Jesus.
No, it was shots and bullets and glass shattering, remember?
Whizzing all over. Like they were dodging bullets Matrix style. Like, barely escaping their lives.
That being taken
Heroes.
Hostage may be the best case scenario. We know what it feels like, searching for
Not for us.
anything with which to defend ourselves, and realizing a pencil is about all we have. And we know what it feels like thinking that it's a real possibility that we would not see our families and loved ones again. We won't forget. We won't forget. But I'm not here this evening to seek sympathy or just
it's a suburb of Minneapolis.
Rather to make a public
of course.
apology for recognizing that we were sitting ducks in this room as the chamber was about to be breached. I screamed to my colleagues to follow me across.
He screamed. He didn't yell.
And let's do a reenactment here for the audience that are watching. Thanks to the 7 of you who are. Let's imagine Mr. Representative Dean Phillips' reaction to this.
There it is.
So that we could blend in. For I felt that
why does he repeat himself all the time?
Down the doors
Oh, this guy! I remember the
would
speech.
spare
Now.
us if they simply mistook us for Republicans. But with a moment
Wait
that
for it.
blending in was not an option available to my colleagues of color.
What?
So I'm here tonight to
He's-
say to my brothers and sisters in Congress.
He's admonishing himself for his white guilt because he, in fear for his own life, and of course the others in the chamber, thought that if they moved over to the Republican side, that the insurrectionists would think that they're Republican. And then he realized later that that couldn't be possible for his colleagues of color because nobody would believe that they're Republican.
Oh yeah, that's
So he's airing his white guilt here because while he could blend in with the Republicans, people like AOC and Rashid Tlaib and Sheila Jackson Lee wouldn't be able to because the insurrectionists would have been like, you can't be a Republican, you black.
yeah. Number one, it's
There
disgusting.
are black Republicans, by the way.
Oh yeah, and number one, it's disgusting that he's standing there with his white guilt. Number two, it's extremely racist what he's saying right here. That people don't have their own self-determination as to what party they can run for or get elected in. That's the thing.
Oh, yeah.
I got to be careful what I say here, but I'm going to say certain groups in this country, of which this guy is an exact member based on what you're seeing here, are the most racist motherfuckers in the world. And if you ever get them in an extended conversation and you hit certain topics, you'll discover it. You'll expose them.
At the very least, they're guilty of stereotyping. And I think that's another thing that, not to get off on a tangent, it's another thing that's kind of lost in the vocabulary of just repeat something enough and then it becomes true.
Yeah.
There's a difference between stereotyping and racism. Now, they kind of can have the same roots, and one is not better than the other, but they are, in fact, a different thing. And they just are. So making a stereotypical response. For example, like if you're, I don't know, Joe Biden and say that, you can't work or you can't go to a 7-Eleven and not speak Indian.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or if you are Republican, you ain't black.
Yeah.
Right? Like those kind of statements. That's their side. That's this guy's side. And this idea that like these insurrectionists would have just been like, yeah, we don't believe you. Like, the funny thing is like, just moments ago we heard people saying and admitting that they were going after Pence. What party is Pence?
Yep. I know.
So this idea that even being with the Republicans and being disguised among the Republicans like would have helped. Like they were allegedly going after Republicans as well.
Yeah.
Like that wouldn't have helped. So the whole premise of this thing is just wrong in the first place. But this idea that he's legitimately like feels guilty because he's white and he could hide with the Republicans, supposedly, but his colleagues could not because they're not white. Because it's impossible to be a Republican without being white.
Exactly. And he's setting himself up for this.
Mm-hmm.
That's what every speech we've seen so far has been about. And have you noticed that most of them have said the exact opposite. We're not up here to talk about ourselves. Yeah, that's the only reason you're up there.
Yeah.
You sons of bitches.
It's pretty naked. And, like, unfortunately, by and large, this shit gets missed. Because this is, like, who watches C-SPAN? Like, really?
Yeah. I
would have never caught this had I not come across an article, and I forget where. It might have been Daily Wire or Crowder or something. I happened to come across a reference to this, and then I dug into it. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Mm-hmm. And then I looked at it, and I played the clips of some of the things, and I'm like, I was flabbergasted by, like, the gall, but then, like, amused at the same time. Like, what a joke.
Let's skip ahead and see if we can find the fuck is that?
Mark Tanaka. Well, you skipped way ahead there.
Yeah, I want to find...
Oh, Cori Bush really lays on the white supremacy thing. But I think you might have missed Rashid Tlaib.
Oh, really? I thought she was, like, one of the last.
I think Ilhan Omar is one of the last, if I remember right. No, I guess.
Mary Gay Scanlon.
I don't even remember her. I must have skipped that one, too.
She looks kind of boring.
There's some gems in here. Oh, there it is. Rashid.
All right, here it is. Yeah, I wonder who the hell that was in the freaking Star-Lord jacket that was walking back there.
I told you that was her.
I now yield to Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib of Michigan.
Thank you so much to my colleague for her incredible courage. I asked her to go last because I get...
She's gonna
She's
cry.
already crying.
Because this is so personal.
She's already fucking crying.
This is so
Get
hard
her a
because,
role on Star Trek.
as many of my colleagues, my closest colleagues know, on my very first day of orientation, I got my first death threat. It was a serious one. They took me aside. The FBI had to go.
This is what, like, Ryan Kinnell likes to talk about. You know, when people bring up the whole death threat thing. That.
Do you know how?
What?
Death threats are so fucking common.
Yeah.
For Congress people. And legitimate ones, even not just stupid Twitter ones like saying like,
right.
"I wish you would die" or something like that. And people go, "Oh, I'm getting all these death threats," and like they're not even credible death threats, but even credible threats. That's why we have the FBI. That's why they investigate these things, and like Republicans get them too. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
all the fucking time. They all do. There's fucking whack jobs out there. Like seriously, this is. Steve Scalise was shot by one of these whack jobs.
Yeah.
Like, it was a softball game with the shooter, a Bernie Sanders supporter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, or should I say by modern standards, somebody who is incited to violence by Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. Domestic terrorist.
And like, shot at other Republicans. Actually, an actual assassination attempt.
Mm-hmm.
Like a bullet hit him. Like not a credible threat that was dealt with by the FBI, but like fucking got a bullet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Oh, I got you.
I didn't even get sworn in yet, and someone wanted me dead for just existing. More came later.
Victim.
Uglier, more violent.
Yeah.
One celebrating and writing the New Zealand massacre and hoping that more would come. Another mentioning my dear son Adam. Mentioning him by name. Each one paralyzed me each time. So what happened on January 6th? All I could
6 feet.
Allah that I wasn't here. I felt overwhelming relief, and I feel bad for her.
Hear that? She wasn't there.
Oh my gosh. We got to go back. We're at 43:26. Let's go to 43:16. 10 seconds back.
January 6th, all I could do was thank Allah saw that I wasn't here. I felt.
Oh my gosh. Woo! So basically,
she's traumatized. She wasn't even in the fucking town.
okay, hold on a minute. How many seats are there in Congress?
435.
Okay, and about a little bit more than half of those are Dems right now. So is it a coincidence that most of these people are AOC's friends? You know, she couldn't find ones that were actually there. She had to get her friends that, you know, that they could make their little plan and come up with what they were going to talk about.
This is about the Twitter hashtag. I'm
Yes.
telling you.
Yes.
Like, what a fucking joke. This is what... Like, they need to raise the age for Congress to like 35 from 25 and the Senate to like 45.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Like, like I'm sorry if you're just now, like a month ago, got off your parents' insurance, like you're not ready to be a congressman yet. They need to raise the age.
Yes.
Because, like, you get children like this fucking representing the country, like, or constituents. No.
Yeah.
Overwhelming relief. And I feel bad for Alexandria, so many of my colleagues that were here. But as I saw it, I thought to myself, thank God I am not there. I saw the images that they didn't get to see until later. My team and I decided at that point we'd keep the death threats away. We'd try to report them, document them, to keep them away from me, because it just paralyzed me, and all I wanted to do was come here and serve the people that raised me. The
What?
people that told my mother, who only had 8th grade education, that she deserves human dignity. People that believed in me. And so it's hard. It's hard when my 7 brothers and 6 sisters beg me to get protection, many urging me to get a gun for the first time. And I have to tell you, the trauma from just being here, existing as a Muslima, is so hard.
There it is.
My team, which I lovingly just adore, they are diverse. I have LGBTQ staff. I have...
Oh.
I'm checking the boxes, people. Can't you, like, I'm checking the boxes.
Oh. Man, we can't go there tonight. Let's just keep watching.
Beautiful Muslima that wears her hijab proudly in the halls. Black women.
She's back.
Are so proud to be here to serve their country, and I worry every day for their lives.
You're in a district that's dominated in Dearborn, Michigan, with a Muslim population. The fact that you got elected is because you're Muslim.
Please try
just
not
saying.
to dehumanize what's happening.
That's how elections work. It's not the whole country voting for that district.
The massacre at the synagogue, all of it.
Massacre.
All of it is
That's like nuclear weapons.
like this. And so I urge my colleagues to please take what happened on January 6th seriously. And we can
That's great, Boba Fett.
We must do better. Thank you.
Star-Lord.
What a show from the honorable representative from
Who's this guy?
Michigan.
And I think that what the representative speaks to
Without a
is
mask on.
so powerful and so important, because when we attack
she wasn't even there. She wasn't
not
even
just
there.
members of Congress for their and focus on them,
Anybody who even knows a member of
their
Congress is a
gender,
victim.
their faith, their race, their creed. We make everyone on this complex feel unsafe and feel less than safe, because our seats,
the complex that is currently surrounded by fencing
they
with
belong
like
to the
barbed
people
wire.
of the United States.
Yeah.
And guarded by
and
okay.
We as members who come in and leave this chamber are not permanent fixtures. But there are so many others in this country who see themselves in the 435 members of this body.
What does that mask say?
And to see individual members targeted.
Outside at the moment.
Oh, that's the next one up. Yeah.
Singled out.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Trey. This feels like, and this is what it is, because look who's running it. It is basically a club at like Columbia University or some shit, Berkeley, where it's a club where they're meeting to find out how do we make campus safer because of some incident that happened. So we basically have a kid like this bringing in her university values, because it's pretty much all she knows, and trying to apply it to the Congress of the United States of America. Tell me I'm wrong. I mean, this is exactly how this is reading and feeling. We got to create safe spaces. We have to talk about our feelings and the trauma we experienced. Oh man.
Right. And what makes it even more special is this is the party of the people that supported harassing members of the administration at restaurants.
Yep.
At their residences.
Mm-hmm.
Like protests outside their people's homes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you think is like a more intimidation tactic and more fear-inducing than having a mob chanting at you outside of your house and
in front of your family,
in front of your with your wife or spouse,
kids,
or kids, family members, neighbors,
yeah.
All these things, or like, you know, it's okay to like verbally harass and chant somebody who's going to a restaurant and throw them out of the restaurant because they're part of the administration, right? This is the same group of people that were like all for that kind of shit.
Oh, and I'll quote our friend Jade Shadow about a different situation, but the irony is palpable.
Mm-hmm.
The hypocrisy is palpable. Oh my gosh.
Like, imagine being a member of the administration and having groups outside of your house,
mm-hmm.
in your neighborhood, right, practically on your lawn, chanting at all hours of the night, trying to intimidate you. Like, what is more psychologically more traumatizing? That or this when you're not even present? You're not
and it's over. And it's over.
Not even in the city. And it's over.
Mm-hmm. And it will never happen again if they do things right, because they'll have the security they need.
Correct.
These homes can't be guarded like Congress can.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Exactly.
By virtue of how they were born, is to
shut up.
and demean so many people in this country who see themselves on this floor.
There it is. You cannot listen to one of these SJWs talk without seeing themselves.
Yep.
You can't read an article without seeing themselves. My Gina Carano video, the Olivia Lucchini, who praised the character last year, I guarantee she isn't this year, but she praised the character in the first season. She said because many people, whether it's oh man, and she pretty much called Gina fat in this article too, you know, whether it's body positive person, whether it's a woman, whether it's this, they see themselves, and it was mentioned twice. You can't read or listen to any of them talk without this whole seeing themselves, because they don't understand nuance. You know, they don't understand the fact that you take, gosh, let me think of an example here. You take a Laura like OG Star Wars, who is Native American, who is her favorite character, Luke Skywalker. Even Abu Nas, Luke Skywalker. Why? You don't have to see yourself in something. But anyone that thinks that way is a racist, because you're thinking in terms of skin color and not about who the actual person is and what they mean.
Yeah. Well, and then
It's disgusting.
How about the conservative members of these particular minority groups?
Yeah.
Is it like, do you think that I'm a Muslim and I see somebody like Rashid Tlaib, like I see myself in her, even though she has like diametrically opposed political philosophical differences. Like, I'm sorry, like just the fact that she's the same religion as me would not undo the fact that she like opposes everything else I stand for. Like, I can't see myself in her if I don't believe in the things that she believes in.
Yeah.
The idea is that it like just the surface level things like race, religion, gender, like that's all that matters. Like the content of the character, the views that they espouse,
content of the story
that they have, the content of the story. Like none of that matters as long as they look like me.
Yep.
Come on.
That I'm so incredibly proud to.
Let's get that one lady up in here.
Supposed to be a
Cori Bush.
Our office.
No relation.
To
yield
to another powerful woman and leader.
Powerful woman.
So many
powerful.
See themselves in.
That people see themselves in.
Yeah.
There's a lot of black women Trump supporters that don't see themselves in.
Yeah. At this time.
A lot.
Madam Speaker, St. Louis and I rise to reflect on how our office experienced
from Ferguson.
the white supremacist
Is that not a surprise?
On our nation's capital on January
Not
6th.
at all.
Everybody's experiences are different.
Can't breathe.
And everybody's experiences must be validated. Everybody's experiences.
No, they don't need to be validated.
Remember.
Some people's experiences are less valid than the others.
Listening to floor speeches. Knowing that there was supposed to be a protest happening outside. Seeing people outside. And thinking that this is just part of the day. Until something happened. And I just felt the need to stand up and walk out. I walked out and I walked over I went to the steps.
She's going to be like Darth Helmet in a minute. I can't breathe in this thing.
What's happening outside, and I saw the tip top of flags. And then I saw more of the flags and I could read words. And then after I could read words, I could see people. And then I realized that people were approaching. So I hopped on the nearest elevator.
Get your vision checked.
Made it back to my office safely. And when we came back into our office, we walked in and we started to see on our televisions people breaching doors.
Jen, she's in an office building now.
Is this actually what's happening?
Not in the Capitol.
The more I watched, and people were calling this a protest. Let me say this, that was not a protest. I've been to hundreds of protests in my life. I've co-organized, led and organized protests. Not only
what
in
does her
Ferguson,
mask
Missouri,
say? Breonna Taylor.
Alongside the
Good
amazing Ferguson front line that most people
there you
don't
go,
even
Trey.
acknowledge. They don't even know their names. They don't even know who died. They don't even acknowledge the amazing people that put their lives and livelihoods.
I'm gonna get the gritty talk.
Believing that Black Lives Matter, because they actually do. And we shouldn't have to say it. It should just be true. But it's not evident in our society. When we
bullshit
to continue to say my life matters, and then they hit us with things like this. And so I remember sitting in the office with my team and just thinking to myself, I feel like I'm back at this very minute. I feel like I'm back. I feel like
This was one of the days out there on the streets when the white supremacists would show up and start shooting at us. This is one of the days when the police would ambush us.
Hold on a minute. So she's saying, in other words, that she is going to thank them for getting her back into the game, right? It was a wake-up call for her, apparently. Is that what she's saying? Does she owe them some gratitude and some thanks?
She needs to write some thank you cards out? I don't know.
Yeah.
From behind,
she's just
from
rambling.
behind trees and from behind
yeah, none of this.
And all of a sudden, now we're on the ground being brutalized. It felt like one of those days. And I
What?
just remember taking a second thinking, if they touch these doors, if they hit these doors, the way they hit that door, if they hit these doors and come anywhere near my staff.
Oh, she's going to get tough now.
And I'm just going to be real honest about it. My thought process was, we banging to the end.
We banging.
Wow. Wow.
She's a tough hero.
Yes.
She's so
and you're
tough.
not taking me out. We've come too far. So
She's tougher than the two white males that were on the panel.
with a message for our
She is. I guarantee she could take him.
Yeah.
I thought about January 3rd, and I thought about how we all raised our right hands up and took an oath. Each and every one of us on this very floor, we swore that we would support and defend the Constitution.
She's got that
of the
firebrand
United States against
speecher
all enemies,
cadence thing going.
foreign enemies. Even though that Constitution wasn't written for people who look like me. Even that Constitution wasn't written by people who look like me. And even though that Constitution cemented an unjust nation for people like me. My team and I got to work, and we unveiled legislation to investigate and expel those who were responsible for inciting this attack so that we could defend it. Because we have a duty to fight for a more perfect
Some
world.
other future thing we need to go
Because
into the
we
1/6 thing.
Stand up to white supremacy
that's
in
something
this,
thing that gets
because
so
if we cannot stand up to white
misinterpreted.
supremacy in this moment
Yeah.
as representatives, then why did you run for office in the first place? No matter what district you represent, no matter where you live, no matter Democrat or Republican, you represent a district that is on average about 700,000 people, meaning you have to resent those who love you, those who despise you, those who voted for you, those who swear they'll never cast a vote for you, people who talk like you and people who don't look like you.
There it is again.
Communities, building better lives, building a better society. It's not a Democratic or Republican issue. We can't build a better society if members
It's a
are
communist
scared
issue.
to stand up and act to reject the white supremacist attack that happened right before our eyes.
No evidence that it was racially motivated at all.
At all.
Period.
Oh my gosh.
How can we trust that you will address the suffering that white supremacy causes on a day-to-day basis in the shadows if you can't even address the white supremacy that happens right in front of you in your house?
What?
Does your silence speak to
People's
your
house.
agreement?
There it is. Silence is violence.
In St. Louis, the COVID-19 pandemic is disproportionately hospitalizing and killing black and brown people. Well, I've lived that. We have people dying from gun violence, a crisis that stems from decades of economic
I'd blame both of those on the people it's happening to, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Or should we just throw more money at it?
Who runs St. Louis? Who runs Ferguson?
investment and disruption from an over-reliance.
I can't believe this person
that this very chamber has continually
has a seat in the U.S. Congress.
You don't know what that's like. So I ask you today,
U.S. House of Representatives.
She represents her district.
If you cannot do what's right in the face of blatant, heinous, vile, white supremacist attack like the one we just saw, how will you do right by the black and brown people you represent who just want to know that our children will have safety, that our children will have life, and that they will have shelter? Because you represent us too. So on January 3rd, we stood together to swear our oath to office to the Constitution. We swore to defend it against all enemies.
We banging to the end.
Well, it was attacked by a domestic enemy called white supremacy, and we must stand together now, today.
Dude, this is like...
And hold every...
Here's the thing, like, you know, if I'm them, let's pretend for a minute that, you know, I had some incentive wherever I live to run as a Democrat and win, right? And we know that politicians do that all the time. You see the switcheroos, and they'll just change parties.
Oh yeah.
So let's say I did that, and I'm one of these people on this panel. Why even go there? Because you could probably, and you and I did this earlier, you could fashion a pretty good argument as to why this storming shouldn't have happened and all that stuff, and not bring in something that totally hurts your argument because it's not a real thing. And white supremacy had nothing to do with this. It had to do with the fact that you had a group of disgruntled Trump supporters that decided they wanted to storm it, and some of them got swept up in mob mentality. Doesn't excuse what they did. Has nothing to do with white supremacy. So if you want to do this, you should have made a valid argument. You should have made a sound argument against what happened, not just bring in these phantoms, because then you get people like us, assholes that sit here at 1 a.m. and pick it apart because it is eminently attackable from every direction. This is just complete conspiracy theory bullshit. This is just as bad as people talking about ancient aliens and everything else. There's nothing here. Attack what's real. Then maybe you get more support instead of being divisive and making bullshit up.
Yeah,
you stupid
like
gash.
I said earlier, if you want to, let's find out why the response or the police presence was so unequipped and ill-prepared for a crowd of that size. And why no reaction was made when, let's say, okay, you estimated that the crowd size is going to be 10,000, and then, holy shit, the day happens, and you see 20,000 people out there. You're going, well, fuck, we better start calling in reinforcements now before shit happens. Why was none of that stuff done?
Yeah.
And I think that's just a very basic, very bipartisan question, right? Why was the police presence so inadequate that day? And I don't think it's a conspiracy. I don't think they're at least I've seen no evidence that there is. That they're well, we're gonna go soft and we're gonna have we're gonna bait them into behaving incorrectly so we can use it as a political bludgeon.
Right.
I haven't seen any evidence of that. I think it's probably what is normally the case with government, just pure incompetence because it's fucking government.
Right.
But let's find out. What was the decision process? Why was the police force so inadequate? Let's figure it out. You get my support on that. Go ahead. But don't do this shit. This fucking perpetual victim garbage.
Yeah, it's divisive demagoguery is all it is, and boom, there it is with the alliteration. It doesn't look like the other.
It's so disingenuous.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the other chick is up, but let's see what AOC's closing statements are.
Much. Lastly, I'd like to close speaking to the individuals, some of the individuals that have
No, I won't even go there.
mentioned, and some of the folks that have already been mentioned in prior remarks. Our staff, our Capitol Police, our House clerks, we thank you. We know how many of you were put in the line of danger because of the job that you
The line of danger.
We know and felt how many staffers were willing to put themselves on the line in order to protect the members that they serve alongside. And that is a weight that no one should have to carry. And so we thank you. To our House clerks, we thank you. To every single staff member of the United States Congress, we thank you. To our food service workers, we thank you. To our custodial workers,
thank you.
Sweeping up the glass on the floor shattered by white supremacists, cleaning
Oh my
up after
gosh.
their mess.
Yeah,
There
there
is
she
not
goes, the white
enough ways to
supremacist
say
thing.
thank you. We thank you.
Well, she heard the
To
other
the
one
Capitol
saying it.
Police,
Yeah.
who are willing to defend
She had to
us,
follow suit.
we thank you.
Of course.
And again, to our staffers, we thank you. I would be remiss if I did not specifically
Thank you.
thank my staffer right here to my left, Gerardo Bonilla Chavez, who was with me
Tell him to get a
the day
fucking
of the
haircut.
attack, and who did everything he could to protect me. I want his community to know that he is a hero. I want his parents and his family to know.
You probably still didn't get laid.
Our staff already know that he's a hero. I believe he's a hero too. And I know it's not just him. He'll be the first one to say that. But to every one of our house clerks, we thank you. To our Capitol Police, we thank you.
Okay, we've been through this list
To our
about 4
first
times
responders,
already, I think.
custodial workers, every person here that was standing to fight
Get ready for it.
democracy, we thank you.
We thank
And
you.
with that,
Yep,
Madam Speaker,
got
I
it.
take my time.
The gentlewoman yields.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that was what it was. So the impeachment, it's been going on, what, 3 days now? 2 days?
2 days. So the
Yeah.
prosecution basically didn't use their full 16 hours. As of today, they kind of waived the remainder. And
Mhm.
tomorrow, I think it's basically the defense's turn.
So here's the thing, everyone. I see all these things like, oh no, they're impeaching a president who hasn't been in office for 3 weeks now. They're doing this. Here's what they're doing what they're going for. They just don't want to punish him. They just don't want to do this as posturing, although that's certainly part of it. And obviously they have legal standing to do this. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it. Otherwise, John Roberts, the Chief Justice presides over impeachment proceedings, he wouldn't have participated if he didn't think it were legitimate. So that's all that matters. It's happening. So here's what they're going for, I think. So, of course, like, what can happen during an impeachment if the vote finds the subject guilty? They can be removed from office immediately. But that's as much as they can do. But the Constitution says that you can also have them separately charged, through normal means. So let's say that the president were to have been found out to be colluding with certain agencies, possibly outside the country, to make some money some way. Well, he could be charged for a crime that has nothing to do with the impeachment. The impeachment is strictly for removing from office. Now, here's where I'm going with this. If that happens, you need 2/3. Is that correct, Greg?
Yeah,
2/3 of the Senate.
You need 67 votes in the Senate.
And is that 2/3? That is.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So you need 2/3 of the Senate.
2/3
right?
plus one.
Plus one, yeah. I mean, rounding. So you need that to be able to find whoever it is. It could be a judge, it could be a president, to find them guilty, right? And they're removed from office. Well, then, after that, there's another vote where you can disqualify that person. And the way the Constitution reads, in my opinion, and, by the way, I have my copy here, the Heritage Guide. It is probably the best version you can get of it. It has commentary and context and everything for every single article and amendment. In any event, I think
it includes the Federalist Papers stuff.
I think it does. Yeah, I'll look at it in a minute and tell you. But the point is, and it's an old book. I think they have like an updated and expanded version now, but this one's good enough for me. The point is, the way that it reads, I think, and I think this happened with the Constitution a couple of times. I think that Congress or whoever, the framers, they meant to write it so that the second vote, the disqualification vote, which means you can never run for office, a federal office again. I think they meant to write the Constitution to say it also has to be a 2/3 majority, but they didn't. So the way it's always been interpreted ever since is that it's a simple majority. That's what they're going for. They don't want this orange-skinned motherfucker running in 2024 because they're afraid he might win again or run for governor of Florida or something like that, right? They're scared to death of that. So I think they're going for the disqualification because otherwise this is all a waste of time. Even though, yeah, they're probably spiteful and all that stuff, it's still a waste of time. I think they're going for the disqualification to prevent him from running for president or any federal office because he could still run for governor or anything like that. But
they've said so much in their case.
Yeah, who's gonna run for or successfully get the nod or whatever for, let's say, a governorship in Florida when you've been disqualified from federal offices? Probably not that many people. So that's what they're going for. Yeah, they've said as much, but I haven't seen it talked about in any of the articles I read, in any social media posts I see. All I see is this is a waste of time. That's what they're going for. They're trying to just disqualify him. Now, you could go back and say, is it really constitutional to have this now? And curiously enough, where do you get the answer to that? If it's not defined in the Constitution, it's not part of the impeachment process to determine whether or not it is constitutional. You would have to file a separate suit and run that through the courts and possibly all the way up to the Supreme Court.
And the Supreme Court wouldn't touch it.
No.
The Supreme Court, under its current leadership, wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole. They'd say, like, nope, that's the jurisdiction of the legislature.
Correct.
We're not getting involved.
Mm-hmm.
And they would absolutely punt it. They would say, we don't have jurisdiction. They wouldn't actually go into the case or discuss it on the merits. They would simply dismiss it as, like, no standing.
But here's why it is posturing in the end, because they're never going to get 2/3.
No, and I have a more cynical theory. I mean, yes, it is about having him not be able to run again, but honestly, like, if you're a Democrat, you kind of want him to run again in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Because one thing that would go against him is, like, even if he wins, he can only serve one more term. So it's only a 4-year deal, 4 more years that he could possibly be president. Right? Because it's 8 years total, not 8 years consecutive. Otherwise, Barack Obama could conceivably run again, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's already that limitation on it. I think it would divide the Republican Party immensely. Like, the Republican Party apparatus wants nothing more than for Trump to go away.
Right. So you're getting at, you think that maybe it might come close at least.
No. I think the Republicans are going. They'll be. They had a pre-vote. Rand Paul forced the vote, and then they had another vote where, to discuss whether or not it's even constitutional.
Mm-hmm.
And they got like 5 Republicans or up to 7 Republicans, I think, to go along and say, let's do the impeachment trial, which is a pretty good indicator that they need 17 Republicans to jump on the impeachment train, or it's dead.
Yeah.
Right. The point is to get Republicans on record. So the point is twofold. One, paint all Republicans and all conservatives and all Trump supporters as the same on a morality level as the guy in the horns, right? So paint us all with that brush. Everybody who's a Trump supporter, everybody, including Trump himself, obviously, is the same as the people who invaded the Capitol that day.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one. Two is then force Republicans to go on the record and vote against impeachment so that they can go and use that in the 2022 elections. Because
Wow.
Republicans in the Senate, Democrats are worried in the House. Because traditionally, the party in power in the White House loses seats in the House of Representatives, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty thin margin right now because Republicans actually gained seats in the House in 2020.
I think it's 11 seats right now. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that the difference?
Something like that. It's
pretty close.
Razor fucking thin.
Mm-hmm.
Razor thin. Very, 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 very possible that the Republicans could take the House back in 2022. Now, the Senate, on the other hand, is a much more perilous situation because Republicans are defending way more seats than the Democrats. So every election, every 2 years, a third of the Senate is up for election. And the way it turns out is this third is the crop that was elected in 2016 on a red wave. And so they have they're playing defense in a lot more states than the Democrats are. And logic would dictate, even though their normal situation is they would gain seats in the Senate because people don't like one party governing all three. Right? It's just a way that we just kind of naturally balance it. We're not very keen on one party ruling all, the House, the Senate, and the White House. But because they're playing defense in so many purple states, the Republicans stand to lose.
Yeah.
And here's the kicker, and here's where all the marbles are, right? So the only thing right now keeping things like eliminating the filibuster, statehood to Puerto Rico, packing the Supreme Court is
DC.
One senator, and DC as well as the state is one senator, Joe Manchin, right? He's said that he won't do it. He won't vote to end the filibuster. And if he won't end the filibuster, then the other issues aren't going to pass because the Republicans would filibuster successfully and block DC and Puerto Rico statehood, right? But if the Democrats pick up just one seat in 2022 in the Senate and they hold the House, Joe Manchin doesn't matter anymore.
Right. Yep.
So they're playing the long game here, and they want to force some purple state Republicans to go on record as quote-unquote supporting the insurrection. Because that is how they're going to play it. That's how all the commercials are going to be written. They're going to be like, if it's, name a senator, be like, this senator, they're going to have and it's going to be ominous music, and it's going to be Trump with a frowny face, and he's going to be like, 7 people died, and this, and like, and this senator voted to acquit. Let's send a message. Vote against so-and-so in 2022. Powerful, very easy to do, very boilerplate, very simple, predictable ads, right? That's the game they're playing. Democrats really, for the most part, like, I think people like AOC care, and Sheila Jackson Lee, and Rashid Tlaib, and these other whack jobs that we saw tonight, basically, like, jerking themselves off about how, horrifying and how victimized they are. They believe in the cause. The people, the Chuck Schumers and the Nancy Pelosi's are going, we're playing the long game. We're thinking 2022 here.
Mm-hmm.
And if we can paint Republicans successfully with our allies in big tech and media,
yep,
as being akin to all the people that protested and breached the Capitol building, we could gain seats in the Senate, hold the House, and with that, pass other bills now that would tip the scales forever in our favor, theoretically. And that's what this is really about. I don't think honestly, I think they would love Trump to run. The best thing that can happen for Republicans is for Trump to go away. Strategically speaking, whether or not you support him personally or not, strategically speaking, for the party, the best thing that could happen is he retires, he plays a lot of golf, doesn't ever get Twitter back, and just stays out of the limelight.
Yeah.
That would be the best thing for the party. Not going to happen. And Democrats don't want that to happen because they've successfully spent 4 years making him to be the ultimate boogeyman in the universe. Evil incarnate himself. Like, they want him to be a player because they want to be able to paint the brush. Because under him, Trump, for all of his accomplishments, let's be real here. Under Trump, they lost the House and they lost the Senate.
Yeah.
I mean,
very true.
And Obama was kind of like, people in his own party had the same criticisms. Like, Obama, for all he is, like, he got elected with damn near what you got to remember in 2008 was such a blue wave because of the financial crisis that they damn near had a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate. They didn't have a 51-49 majority. They damn near had 60.
Yeah, they did. I remember that.
I think they did have 60, and the only thing that cost them it was the Massachusetts drunken bastard, womanizer, but that conveniently gets ignored, by the name of Kennedy.
Yes.
Often went and died, and then Scott, what's his name, got elected.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, in the runoff.
For a time, for
special election.
Yeah, for almost I want to say 8-9 months.
Was it Mendelson? Not Mendelson. That's the guy with with Forbes. Yeah. I know who you're talking about, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got something or other.
Yeah.
They did have 60 votes in the Senate. They literally and see, that's one of the things. Like, if you're a liberal and you're a big Barack Obama fan, you'd be like, okay, you guys had the ability to block the filibuster if you could just keep all your own party in line. And the only thing you passed was a ridiculous stimulus bill and the Affordable Care Act. So those of you who are liberal and for free borders and no cages and everything, I just want to remind you that your party, while it had a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate and the House and the White House, did not pass immigration reform. Didn't even try. So if you're out there and you're one of those people that, die hard D because they care about me, no, they don't. They use you every 4 years, but they don't give a shit about you. And the proof is they could have passed literally anything, and they didn't. Speaks volumes about what their priorities really are.
Yeah. I do remember that in the coffee pot talk at work, about the filibuster proof majority and all that stuff. This one guy, he actually used to be my boss. He was extremely liberal, former hippie and all that stuff. And he thought it was the greatest thing ever. And I used to say I love government most when nothing happens, when it's blissful gridlock, and he thought it was the worst thing ever. And that kind of tells you the difference between my belief system and someone like his. So, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. But, it's hilarious seeing all these rumors leading up to Inauguration Day that, Trump is planning to go to Switzerland and go to Russia and all that stuff. It's like, Are you kidding? Do you know who this guy is? He's insane. He's not. He has balls the size of grapefruits. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, he don't. Yeah, he's not backing down at all.
Yeah, and whatever you think of the guy, like I've never seen especially with Republicans, I've never seen someone that does have that much wherewithal and intestinal fortitude just to stand up to people. It's pretty remarkable. And sometimes he's possibly in the wrong, but he still does it anyway. So
yeah, he's frustrating to me because on one hand, like I like his policies. I just don't like his tactics in a lot of cases. I like a lot of his policies. I don't like all of them either. I think he created wars that were unnecessary. A little bit out of spite. Like as much as I hate John McCain and always will, I don't think it was a good idea for him to antagonize him.
No.
That was funny.
Yeah.
But just it was just bad tactics.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree with that. Yep.
And sometimes it's like for all the bluster, it's like he doesn't like. There are times where you just the tact and the tactics were lacking, and it cost him. It basically cost him his bluster and everything with the way he carried himself at the onset of the pandemic. I think cost him a lot of votes.
Yeah.
Not the actual policies, because if you actually look at the policies that the administration administered, they're really basically in line with what should have been done for the most part. And the people that were running against him, basically, if you look at their policy proposals, it was like, yeah, we're going to continue basically what he was doing. But at the same time, putting on his head every single death.
Yeah.
I think, had he had a little bit less bluster and a little bit more tact, I think this election, even with the pandemic, was winnable. But he alienated a lot of people, I think, it's a double-edged sword. It helps him in some things and it kills him in others. And it killed him with COVID.
Yeah, very true.
Because ultimately, you look at this last year and everything. It's what derailed his re-election campaign. COVID.
Mm-hmm.
You basically, his economic record was unassailable.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. But that all went away.
Yeah, very true.
And then, that no longer became a positive. That became a negative. And it really wasn't even his fault, but it's just the optics of it. He needed to be a little bit more mindful of some of the optics. And been a better president.
Yeah. So
he would have gotten more done.
Yeah, I agree with that. So it sounds like we're kind of in disagreement. I don't think impeachment will happen. I don't think removal from office will happen, I should say. I don't. And it sounds like you do because of the reasons you stated. They basically want to prevent him from soiling the party further.
No. I don't think for a second that he'll be impeached.
He'll be removed, yeah.
Or he won't be removed, and because he won't pass the first bar, he can't even they can't even ask the second part. You need the first part in order to do the second.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't think 2/3 is possible.
There's no chance. I think actually by the time it's done, and we haven't seen the defense case, and what they put up. Honestly, I would be surprised if impeachment even gets 55 votes out of the 67. So I don't think there's a chance in hell that the impeachment's going to be successful.
But to your point, though, it is kind of a win-win for the Dems because if they can get any of them to vote, right? If they can get any of them to vote for it, any GOP to vote for it, it's a win.
Yeah, because they can call it bipartisan.
If they get enough to, if they get enough to vote for it, then they succeed. So either way, for them, it's a win-win situation. For everyone else, it's lose because we're spending money and it's a spectacle. So,
yeah,
that's the difference.
I think it's a loss for the people. It's a political victory. I don't think Republicans are going to be able to spin it as a political victory because here's what's going to happen: the 5 or 6, right, that vote, and I think it'll probably be 5, maybe in 4, but we'll just say 5. The 5 senators that vote for impeachment, right? They're going to be targeted in primaries, guaranteed, almost guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is, and it's a tough balancing act, because while I want to get rid of the rhinos and the squishes, on the same token, like getting rid of them and then putting up a candidate that then loses to the Democrat really doesn't help us any.
Right.
So if you get rid of a Susan Collins in Maine and run a Todd Akin against the Democrat, who's going to win? The Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you remember Todd Akin, he was the one that made the crazy statements about abortion, basically like nuked the party. I think 2008. They branded every Republican as having his weird positions on rape and such things. Right, so you put somebody that's not a rhino and like a diehard conservative, but put them in a liberal leaning or purple state, and they don't win. It's like, did you gain anything by doing that? So now instead of having somebody who sometimes votes with you, you have somebody who 100% never votes with you.
Right.
So again, keep the squishes where basically only squishes can win. And solidify the other people. Like a Romney has no business being in the Senate in Utah. That's guaranteed Republican seat. Get rid of him. Primary his ass. Get him the fuck out of there. He's a weakling squish who's basically a liberal, and he's always been.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't recent. This is the guy, like, Obamacare is based on Romney Care, for fuck's sake.
Yep, it sure is.
Like, this is not a guy who's, like, very conservative in the first place.
Nope.
He's conservative exactly where you don't want to be conservative. He's conservative on all the social issues, and none of the fiscal or none of the government or administrative details.
Right.
It's the opposite of what you want to run in the modern day political environment. You want somebody who's more socially libertarian and less like religious oriented.
Absolutely.
You want to win elections, and you want somebody who's fiscally conservative. That's what gets you your majority in the state, all the way up to the federal government. Romney's the opposite. He's backwards. Get him the fuck out of there. He's in Utah. Get rid of him.
Yeah.
Right? But like the Susan Collins, like, okay, you can get rid of her. You're going to get a Democrat in her place.
Mm-hmm.
Maine's a blue state.
Yep. Big time.
So dumping her and going, she's a rhino. Okay. Now, again, like I said, you're trading somebody who sometimes votes with you and caucuses with you to somebody who absolutely won't do either. That's not a win for the party. That's not a win for progress on our legislative agenda. That's just a pure loss for spite's sake. That's a McCain move. And you can't be willing to do McCain moves if you want to hold the majority, because there are some states where you're going to have your Susan Collins, because that's where the electorate is in that state. Now, you can try and work and convince and campaign and change people's hearts and minds in those states to vote differently in the future. But in the meantime, I'd rather have a squish than a Democrat.
Yeah. Because, Collins...
very few Democrats that are squishy on their side. Like, Joe Manchin's like one.
Yeah, Collins votes, with Republicans on important things quite often. So...
Right, and she's irritating on some stuff.
Yeah.
And squishy, and it bothers me. It irks me.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to be a little bit pragmatic when it comes to politics. Like, you're not going to get the ideal candidate in everybody. Just like with Trump, he's not the ideal candidate.
Right.
He's not the ideal president. He's got a lot of character flaws that aren't great.
Yeah.
I think the good outweighed the bad.
Right.
But he ain't great. He's not a good person. I don't think he's a good person.
So we'll see what happens in the next, I think Sunday is when the deliberations end, and we could even have a decision then. So we'll see what happens, but
it really depends on how much time the defense uses. Because they have 16 hours, which is basically 2 legislative days.
They're not going to use the full 16. They cut some kind of deal with the Democrats that they're not going to use the full 16 hours. So we'll see how long they actually do use. So
it'd be interesting. I mean, it should be a pretty simple defense on its face. Did his words reach the level of incitement? Clearly not.
Right.
But
yeah, and that's impossible to prove. I mean, come on.
It's a very difficult standard. That's why he'll never be charged. He'll never be charged for it.
No.
Criminally, they could. It's in theory possible to charge an ex-president with a crime for his actions even while in office.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see what happens in the next couple of days.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Let's touch on our last topic here. But before we do that, I want to show you guys the intro I was supposed to have done, but I forgot to upload it. I have no fucking clue how. I uploaded some other stuff to StreamYard, but I didn't upload this. So this is kind of a preview for next time when we have a political stream. And this is how it goes as Greg enjoys a cigarette.
Yeah.
Is that legal?
I will make it legal.
Where do you get this bureaucratic bull?
You have all the character references of a politician.
Intelligence has nothing to do with politics.
This president is not above the law.
If the dirty air don't get you, the politicians will.
The last remnants of the old republic have been swept away.
These orders have forced us to declare independence.
So
that's a video posted on Twitter, isn't it? I've seen it before. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the intro. So
I love the Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, I always remembered him saying that line, but I could never remember where from. And the answer was pretty simple. It was in his first interview at WrestleMania 3, because he did that one, and then he did one with Mean Gene right before the match took place with Andre. But he's probably said it in other interviews too, but I love the delivery in that one. His interviews, gosh, I don't want to make this a wrestling stream, but his interviews were always just so not Ultimate Warrior level wacky, but just some of the allegories he used, they didn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Like what he was saying there was like, he says, the bad air doesn't get you, the politicians will. Well, Hulkamania is going to get you tonight or something like that.
Yeah,
it's
how did you connect the two? But
yeah,
I guess it sounded good.
Yeah,
when he says it in his voice, and he's like, yeah.
And I've never really been. Even as a kid, I wasn't a big fan of that character. I just wasn't. I kind of like the bad guys more for whatever reason. So I think as an adult, I come to appreciate the corniness and cheesiness of the character. So
for me, it always depended. Like, I was never like a straight heel cheerleader or a babyface cheerleader. It really kind of just depended on the personality. Like, there were some heels that I liked, and there are just other ones I love to hate. Hulk Hogan, I'd say I was a fan of his when I was watching wrestling at the time.
I did like him.
Although I say like his quote unquote body slam of Andre was pretty chintzy. It was like a pancake flip. It was like that. Like, you could see Andre like jump.
Well, I think he actually could have done it. I think he was strong enough to do it. I love the first attempt, and he kind of like fell backward, and remember the pin that he kicked out of. Yeah, they were trying to play that up. That match was just really awful, but because Andre was in pain. But I think Hulk did his best he could, because he was definitely carrying the match.
Yeah, Andre was not in wrestling condition at that stage of his life.
No. He took a long time off after that, like months and months and months, and I think he got a little bit better. And then he took a turn for the worse, and then he died in 93, I think it was, right? So, but yeah, Gina Carano was apparently fired for making an allegory, which she's done before, using the National Socialist Party of Germany as an example. In this case, it was around people in general being treated like Jews in Germany during the early 40s. And the outrage was over, you're minimizing, you're dehumanizing the Jewish people that were suffering actual persecution. And apparently she was fired for that. After everything else she's done, that was what sent everything over the edge. Now, we can go into a lot of different stuff, but one thing that a lot of people dug up, and rightfully so, was Pedro Pascal, her castmate, made an allegory less than a year ago, I think it was, about the kids in cages were the same thing as concentration camps.
Yep.
So I guess, are you saying that one is a valid one, or are certain allegories off limits no matter what? No one can answer that question. Or are you just going to admit that, hey, I don't agree with this person's politics and I don't like them in general, so they're not allowed to make any allegories at all that involve anything?
Yeah. This was clearly just the straw that broke the camel's back. They were looking for a reason to shit can her, and she gave him one. Not a legit one. But they were looking for any excuse, flimsy or not, to just pull the plug on her.
Yeah.
And this was good enough, I guess. And to expect them to be even-handed or fair, or consistent with their policies and standards is to really not understand who you're dealing with. Like, I look at it this way, like, look, this is Disney you're dealing with. And I say Disney and not Lucasfilm because the problem is not limited to Lucasfilm. And I keep pointing this example on Twitter and discussions and streams. It's, look at Marvel Comics. The shit Dan Slott says, and the shit that their artists and their writers and their editors continually say over and over and over again. This is a Disney issue. Or more actually, I'll put it very simply for the mentally impaired out there. There's one faction and it's called Hollywood. There's never two factions in Lucasfilm or anything else. There's one faction. It's called Hollywood. And there are a couple of dissenters in that whole group, but they ain't a faction, and they don't have any power. And they never have, and they never will.
Mm-hmm.
And those of us, people, if you're expecting that pointing out Pedro Pascal and the hypocrisy is going to change any bit of it, like, again, I think you just don't understand who you're dealing with. They don't care.
Yeah.
They don't care. They've showed you over and over and over and over and over and over again, not just with Lucasfilm, but with Marvel and other properties. They don't care. This is who they are. And this is why some of us, and I get to say, I told you so a little bit, like the idea that Star Wars was saved with Luke Skywalker is fucking asinine, because I knew, and a lot of us knew, that this is Disney, man. This wishful thinking that there's some faction and that they're going to turn come on.
Yeah.
It's just ignoring reality.
Definitely.
And it sucks. Like, it's not fair what happened to Gina Carano at all. But I also have to assume that they warned her.
Yeah,
like,
who knows?
Don't believe for a second they didn't tell her, look, shut up on Twitter, or we're tired of seeing this hashtag. We're tired of dealing with it. Toe the line, or we're gonna get rid of you. And that's not fair, and that's not right. But it's just a reality. That's your employer telling you to shut up. And you have two choices at that point. Comply and be employed, or not comply and get fired.
Well, and it
Fairness
might
ain't have anything to do with it.
It might be the best thing for her, because
Oh, absolutely. I think
a lot of corporations, if you go somewhere else, is it going to be any different? Probably not too much, but I think that one is a particular bad one. So, she could find work elsewhere that would be just as rewarding. And, stuff like Fast and the Furious, say what you will about those movies, but it seems like the critical reaction to her performance wasn't all negative. So if she could be in movies like that, I think they'd have a following, and she could do other stuff. But it sounded like that was
her talent agency also should candor, so she doesn't even have representation.
Mm-hmm.
Funny to say that word, representation, but she doesn't even have an agent right now. Like
right, I saw that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So she's been thoroughly blacklisted. Like I think as far as Hollywood is concerned, probably not employable. Unless she does like some independent movies and some stuff for like you have groups like Daily Wire starting to get into the movie business and everything. Like maybe a career there. Mm-hmm. But like don't think for a second that the Screen Actors Guild won't turn around and expel her too either, because they were going to expel and sanction Trump. And when Trump sent him a letter and told them to go fuck off, you guys suck and I don't need you anyway. Well, she's not going to have that luxury, because the way these studios work is like you need to work with the Screen Actors Guild, or you're not going to get like any known actor. And if you're an unknown actor and if you're a scab, like good, you're not going to get into Hollywood then. You're going to be blacklisted. So her career prospects are pretty dim. Like I think, merit-wise, she should have a career. Like, I don't think she's a bad actress. I think her character sucked on Mandalorian. And I think it was really poorly written and poorly developed, and she could absolutely do better. But I don't even know if she's going to get the chance.
Well, I'm not that cynical about it. I think that there's probably some studio out there that's sensible enough, and not like Daily Wire, but some studio out there that's sensible enough to say,
let's do it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because if there's a following there and stuff like that, and they might have something for her. Now, someone
Maybe.
on what?
Maybe.
Someone on Twitter today was talking about Gina as Big Barda. Yeah, probably a spot on role, but I don't think DC is the one that's going to be the one to step up to hire her. I can tell you that much.
No, because here's the thing. Like I think Warner right now is a little weary.
Mm-hmm.
And the last thing they're like, we just dealt with Ray Fisher and all that shit. Like the last thing we need is another headache.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because it will be a headache. Like even if she does get a fair chance and gets another role, like understand that like any casting person that puts her in a movie and everything, she comes now with a lot of baggage. Because like they will go right after her.
Yeah.
And what they're not going to forgive it. They don't forgive and they don't forget. So
just like Gowron the Klingon.
They're not. She comes with baggage now, and that like putting her in that role, or in a role in your film or in your TV show. There's that shit that comes with it. And again, absolutely fucking not fair. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
But,
well, and that's a good kind of segue into the next part of this conversation. Like, what does it mean for us? Like, what does it mean for people in general? Not Hollywood people. What does it mean for people that are in different industries working, anywhere from an hourly job up to like a 6-figure salary? What does it mean for those people? Is it getting worse or is it getting better? I thought maybe in 2018, early 19, it was getting better, but it seems like it's taking a turn for the worse.
No, it's taking a turn for the worse, and I think it's going to continue. I mean, like, this isn't anything new. I mean, remember the Mozilla CEO, right?
Yep.
Because he supported the exact same kind of proposition that even President Barack Obama, entering office in his first term, had the same position. He was basically barred from his job because he supported the proposition that marriage is between a man and a woman in California. A proposition that actually passed in the state. So the majority in the state that voted for it, but because he was supported it, like he was not eligible for his job.
Mm-hmm.
And that was years and years ago. It was before Trump.
I think we talked about that before, yeah.
Yeah. So what does it mean for us? It really depends. I think if people are willing to put their money where their mouth is, or not put their money where their mouth is, I guess.
Yeah.
And we can collectively make a statement and actually do a boycott on like the frauds and the liars that allegedly were done with Disney after The Last Jedi, then perhaps we can start peeling back and start undoing some of this nonsense. But until we do, collectively, and I'm not talking fandom menace, I'm talking mainstream. Like the story's got to go mainstream. It's got to be like you go over to somebody's house and they have Disney Plus. You got to tell them why they shouldn't.
Yeah.
Like it's not even enough that you yourself have canceled it or allegedly canceled it.
And good luck with that.
Yeah, and good. It's tough. It's tough. If collectively we can do that, we can win some major fucking battles, even against big tech. Because numbers-wise, we have the numbers. We just aren't willing to act on it. For whatever
yeah.
reason, we don't play the same game, and we keep bringing forks to a gunfight.
Yeah. And good luck with the Walt Life people, because telling them, hey, you got to cancel your Disney Plus because of this, those people would think it's horrifying, because that's where all their Cinderella movies are and all this other shit. They think it's probably the greatest thing ever.
Oh, it's very convenient, sure, and relatively cheap, sure.
Mm-hmm. So,
and the thing is like, it's now or never,
right?
Because these studios have never been in a worse position financially than they are right now. They've had no theatrical releases to speak of,
right,
for an entire year.
That's what I was going to bring up. They're banking on this fucking streaming service.
They need this. They need us. And we have to have the discipline to say no.
Yes.
And not just no to Star Wars, but no to Marvel too. So when the shiny new Marvel toy comes out next month, just right after Snyder Cut, the Falcon and Winter Soldier comes out next month.
Or tonight, WandaVision.
Right. And here's the thing, and I'll go so far, and this is antagonistic in hell, and I'm sorry, but like, everybody, you in the audience need to go like, look, if you're reviewing this show, I'm unsubscribing, because that means you're watching it and you're promoting it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not enough to just not pay for Disney, but if you're out there on YouTube pumping up a show, you're guilty.
Your pita's ready, your hot pita. But yeah, I get exactly what you're trying to say. And to address Blake St. Clair's comment here, DC don't seem to mind actors and actresses with baggage. Amber Heard is apparently still employed. Well, her baggage is the right kind of baggage. That's the difference, Blake. They don't care if it's left-wing, man-hating, stuff like that. They don't like, and I'm doing air quotes here because it's not true, transphobic, white supremacist stuff like that they claim Carano did. So that's the difference.
Right,
they love politics when it's the right side.
These executives have the same political views as Pedro Pascal.
Yes.
And Amber Heard.
Uh-huh. And Daniel Jose Older, who attacked Gina.
Right. So they're already biased against it, so they're gonna they're not gonna act fair, and logical or consistent. They're not.
Oh, and when you talk,
we gotta. It can't be Last Jedi over again. This can't be the bullshit. Like, I'm done with Star Wars, and then the very next thing that comes out practically is like, oh, we're suddenly back on board. Everything's saved.
Yeah, and you brought up earlier about warnings tour. I don't know if you remember this, but way back in August, September, whenever it was, I remember reading about a rumor that Pedro had called her to explain the pronoun thing, and then that's when the mocking ones disappeared from her profile. So that might have been part of
much. She said.
Yeah. I think you're right. Yeah. So that might have kind of been part of the warning that. But still, I mean, I don't think she did anything wrong with this latest. I just don't. I mean,
she didn't do anything morally wrong. She did something kind of stupid.
I just don't think that share, that retweet, whatever it was. I don't know. It
was an Instagram thing, but yeah.
Yeah, I just don't think it was. I don't think it was ill-advised, to be quite frank. I think it's a very good point. And yeah, just because your employer doesn't agree with it, I still don't think that's grounds not for doing it. Now, if it were something really bad, not necessarily moral or legal or anything, but still something that was skirting the edge, really politically
like
incorrect.
Some out there weird thing.
Yeah. But this, I don't know. I just, to me, this is like nothing. But I'm not a Hollywood weirdo, so perhaps that's where the gap is.
Well, see, and there's people out there. I'm reading Twitter and everything, and people are going like, "Oh, she's got a case, wrongful termination or whatever." It's like, no, she doesn't, because all Disney has to do is like look at all the bad press.
Mm-hmm.
She keeps trending on Twitter that fire Gina Carano keeps trending on Twitter. She's bad PR for us. That's why we fired her. That's all they need. And Disney doesn't even have to like get into like the actual contents of her message. It is just literally she's bad PR.
Mm-hmm.
Done. She's got no case.
Well, what do we do? Like, if we want to have political speech, like you and me, people like at this level, and we want to have political speech, and we want to have open and honest discourse, but we can't because we have a fear of being canceled, of losing our job, of losing our means to make a living. What do we do? How do we have open and honest discourse if there is this fear of cancellation? Is it over?
Mutually assured destruction. And this is going to be distasteful to a lot of people in the Fandom Menace and our community in general, although I'm not Fandom Menace. Cancel back.
Mm-hmm.
Flip the tables on them. Start going after their advertisers like they go after every conservative show's advertisers.
Mm-hmm.
Until we start doing that, and we make it literally impossible for any company to advertise for anything because they'll piss off one side or the other and one side will play the game. Literally make it so like if I'm a company, if I'm McDonald's, and if I buy ads, I literally piss off 50% of my customer base, guess what I'm going to stop doing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to stop buying ads. It's
not
worth it.
Yeah.
And with that, you completely and totally, and here's the beautiful thing about it. I don't think it's going to happen. It's a pipe dream. It could happen. I don't think we have the discipline yet. I don't think it's gotten bad enough. But here's the beautiful thing is you destroy big tech right at the same time. Because where does Google get all of its money?
Advertising. Yeah.
Twitter, all of its revenue.
Yep.
Ad money. You can destroy Google, probably not Apple, but for sure you can destroy Google and you can destroy Twitter by canceling back. It is time. The line has been drawn. It's in front of us. Cancel back.
Yeah.
Start telling businesses, if you do business with Twitter, I'm not doing business with you. Play their game. It's the only path left.
Well, and that's the whole thing with this hashtag cancel Disney Plus. If all the people that are tweeting out the hashtag are actually doing it, and let's say 80% of them maintain that, is it going to be enough to put a dent in Disney's profits, or their constantly growing subscriber base? Is it going to continue to grow? And this minority, this vocal minority supporting Gina Carano is just that. It's a very small minority.
Blake, it's not enough to can't block the promoted tweets. I've been doing that forever. It's time that you need to tweet them right at them. Like Wendy's does a promoted tweet at Wendy's. I saw your advertisement on Twitter. I'm not buying any of your stuff.
Yeah, we've been doing that with Del Rey Books on Star Wars stuff. It's like, hey, we're not buying this stuff, but we have money, for Legend stuff. Could you and honestly, at the end of the day, I really don't want this because I think Legends books would wind up being just like the other ones written by
probably
liberal authors. And even if they brought the old ones back, now that there's kind of like this environment where they can write that way, they would. the point is, a lot of us will reply and say, hey, we want you to continue Legends and we'll buy it. And there's lots of people that will. They never reply. You just get a bunch of soy boys saying it's dead, get over it, and incel and all the typical stuff you usually hear. And I think, but point is there going to be enough in that movement to matter? I honestly don't think so. Disney Plus has been growing.
It hasn't gotten bad enough apparently yet. And here's the thing: is like our reach isn't big enough. You know, Phantom Menace or whatever isn't big enough because we're not going to get promoted by YouTube. We're not going to get stories run on ABC about us, right? Disney owns ABC. By the way, if you watch ABC, you're guilty.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they've owned ABC. If you watch ESPN, you're guilty. Also owned by Disney. The thing is like I did the math.
Yeah, you're right.
They're averaging like 200 and some thousand subscribers a day increased.
Yeah.
If 25,000 people or 48,000 or 50,000 people tweet that they canceled Disney Plus and actually did it, which I'm guessing not true, because some of those people are hashtagging it more than once, so obviously they can't cancel it more than once.
Yeah, I was doing it in almost every tweet. Yeah.
Right? And you know the sentiment's fine, but like do the math. Like okay, they like by the time you posted a picture of a screenshot of you canceling it, your subscription, they gained 5 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is their growth rate, and because we don't have the reach, because we are being suppressed, it's really going to take like it's not going to be enough to join these chat rooms and commiserate with the people in the chat, as much fun as that is. Or, you know, joining other people's channels or subscribing to channels, that's not good enough. You got to start annoying the people in your personal life and spreading the word.
Yeah.
You're going to sound like a kook, and you might lose some friends over it.
Oh, I've been doing that.
Well,
I've been doing that.
Everybody's got to start doing that. And like, will it work? Maybe, but the alternative is a certain failure.
Yeah, and it's not just a fucking franchise or a TV show or a company. It's the future of American culture, and I know that sounds dramatic, but and when I say culture, not just entertainment, but your workplace and everywhere else. If you don't fight cancel culture, it's over, because if you're not allowed to speak or you're too afraid to speak, then the truth won't get out there. And it's not that you're speaking the truth, but how do you get to the truth? By conversation. If conversations can't be had, then you won't get there.
Lord Vader, is that correct? 96 million is what they announced today?
That's a lot.
So they gained, that's about 10 million subscribers since December 2nd. So that's 5 million. So the growth rate has slowed. So they gained basically 5 million a month.
Yeah, and before they removed the number of tweets from the canceled Disney Plus last night, I think it was up to 40,000, 50,000, something like that. So let's say all those people, let's say it really is
66,000 a day.
Yeah, let's say it's unique tweets. So it's 50,000 people and they all canceled. Does that even put a dent in anything? No, because in general, though, yeah, that 95 million, the vast majority of them are just a bunch of dumbasses that want to see Snow White and all that stuff. So I don't know. I'm glad some people are canceling and giving their feedback, but it's going to take a lot more than what it has, and it's hard to get people on board because, for the reasons you just said, people don't think that deep into it. You know, they'll think you're a kook if you tell them this stuff. Hey, look at this, you know.
Well, I give Netflix as an example, right? You know, allegedly they were hurting because of the whole cuties thing and people canceling over that.
Yeah.
And then, like, what, a couple months later, they announced that they surpassed 200 million subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it didn't hurt them very much, did it? Not enough reach.
Nope. Right. So I don't know. I think the situation's grim. I don't know. In most companies, you can't just go in and say what you could say 20 years ago. Like, I think this on this topic, because then HR gets involved, and you know who staffs HR? It's all these weirdos that have gone to university for their degrees that teach all this stuff. In fact, like, my employer has one of the secret words, the code words in our new policies, the equity, not equality.
Oh, man.
Really? Mm-hmm. In the policies. Yes, that is frightening. And then it's going to get to the point where it's not good enough not just not to say these things. It'll be a litmus test where you have to say certain things, whether it's at work or with your...
You have to positively affirm it.
Yeah. Silence is violence. So you go to work, you go to school, you go wherever, your friends, like, if you don't voice the opinion of the foregone conclusions, right, of universal truths, what they have determined they are themselves, then you are a Nazi. That's where it's heading. And what's easier? Is it easier to fight it or just to do it, especially if you don't give a shit either way? It's easier just to do it. So that's what people will start doing.
Yeah, that's part of the design. Path of least resistance. You know?
Yeah, and it's piecemeal too. You know, like, oh, it's just a TV show, not a big deal. Oh, it's just this. Oh, it's just that. And then suddenly all these little things that don't matter, it's just a TV show. It's just a book series. It's just this, it's just that. And then suddenly you have your whole culture changing and you're being conditioned to accept all these small changes, like, you know, Ass Effect, the big issue from last week, right? I have some friends on opposite sides of the political spectrum, actually, and both of them thought the whole issue was stupid. Not what the company was doing, but the fact that people are upset about the company changing the shot. They said, no big deal. But again, it's a slippery slope. It's a pebble in an avalanche. I think it was a big deal because basically the studio was trying to change something because of demands and perceptions of a bunch of crybabies. And once you give into that, and there was nothing wrong with that video game the way it was before. If you want to update the graphics, fine. But when you start altering media, Office episodes being updated on Netflix and probably Peacock as well, stuff like that. That's why I'm getting back into physical media, because I know that can't be changed. It can deteriorate and stuff like that, but I can always rip the discs, but at least I have them. So point is, when you start changing history piecemeal, it individually, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but it is a big deal on multiple levels. You're being conditioned to accept it, and once all the little things get changed, then you have a pile of pebbles that is quite large.
Yeah, well, it's the why behind the change that's the issue. It's not the change itself. Why are they changing it? Like, if they told me like the shot would be better because this angle is better, you know, I don't think anybody'd care.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that they're doing it to cater to, you know, that crowd.
Yes.
It's a concession. And that matters.
It's appeasement.
Yeah.
And you remember that saying from Winston Churchill, an appeaser is one who feeds a crocodile hoping it will eat him last.
Very true.
Because they will eat you. If you change the ass shot, if you do this, if you do that. But if you don't change the one thing in the video game that you missed, you're canceled anyway. So I don't know. I don't think the campaign is going to be able to stop the apparent juggernaut that is Disney Plus. I wish it could, but I don't think it will. And I think for people in general, the general public, cancel culture is one of the biggest threats. I mean, just think about it. You talk to anyone and they're afraid to, like, if you say, hey, politics, like, let's talk some politics at work. No, let's avoid that because you don't want to piss off the wrong person. And that's just sad. I remember 25 years ago working at Sears, and we were down in the break room with 30 people on break, and you could just talk about issues. You could talk about OJ and whatever else, Monica Lewinsky, all that stuff. And it was no big deal. But you can't do that now, because if you do, then you may say you're afraid to. Because if you say the wrong thing, then someone's going to go to HR, and then you're either in trouble or you're fired. And the means that you have to support your family is gone.
And by wrong thing, it's not even actual wrong thing.
Correct.
Like dropping an N-word or something when talking about OJ. It's like literally just having the wrong opinion.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're dealing with an allegation that's completely baseless, but it's, some people are like, fuck that guy. Let's get him. That's what happens. What really has me super cynical is like we're talking about the things that could happen or would need to happen in order to change the course. And I look at like Last Jedi and I look at the sequel trilogy and I'm like, here we have this group of, Star Wars fans, like serious Star Wars fans, right? Not just casuals.
Right.
And that group, after the three main hero characters of the original trilogy were systematically destroyed and humiliated in front of our faces on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
We still couldn't even hold the line.
Yep.
And while, again, what happened to Gene is bullshit, but I look at it as like, we didn't hold the line when they fucked Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, and Leia. Like,
no.
Do you really think we're going to hold the line about basically a side character in a TV show? That's not even in every episode, like in not even half of them. No. I don't think the fandom menace is even going to hold the line there. And it's unfortunate. I wish they did. I really wish they did, but I'd be wishing against the available evidence.
Yeah.
In history. And I'm not going to tie my hopes to that.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are that have even half a sense of the situation. It's pretty dire. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad she's made the money that she's made, and obviously, nothing bad financially is going to happen to her. I think anyone with half a sense could take the money she's made and live on it the rest of her life. But it's just, you're scared for the person, but you're scared for yourself too, because it's like, am I next? Like, have I said something wrong, or am I going to? And that's just a bad environment to be in, whether it's at work or at home or at school or anywhere else. It's just a really, what's the right term I'm looking? Hostile environment, no pun intended, because that's one of the old HR terms.
Right. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, and like you want to think about it, like, what about the people in Lucasfilm itself that were like on Gina's side, arguing on her behalf, saying no, she's important to the show, we need to keep her, she's good for fans. Like, what's their future? They're on the losing side, and the enemy does not have a good history when it comes to caring for the other side, the wounded on the other side.
Uh-huh.
So, like, if there's people in Lucasfilm that were kind of backing her and sticking up for her, they're fucking toast.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not going to be just her. It's going to be, like, you know, anybody that was kind of standing by.
Favreau was defending her.
Yeah. I don't think they have the guts
Supposedly.
to Favreau, but yeah, supposedly. And that's whether you believe this, the whole faction nonsense and everything. Like I said, there's one faction in Hollywood. It's called Hollywood.
Yeah, I like that. I like that take.
And because, like, look at it. It's not Lucasfilm. It's like every major studio. Because you could look over at Paramount, Star Trek, Warner Brothers, the Harley Quinn movie, right?
Yeah.
Universal. I can't think of a Universal movie that's been popular lately, but just look at it's not Disney. Lucasfilm is not some island on itself that's acting like strange in the world of Hollywood. They're right in the world of Hollywood. They're dead center.
Yeah.
They're the normal.
Oh yeah, middle of the aisle.
Right. Yeah. They're normal. Like they're this idea that you know that Kathleen Kennedy is just a strange, weird happenstance, and like, come on, look at the evidence. They're all over the place. You know, Terminator, Dark Fate. Like, how many movies do we need to go through?
Oh man, dude.
Ghostbusters 2016.
How far back do you go? That's the question.
Right. Like, and these are not all Lucasfilm movies. These aren't all produced by Kathleen Kennedy.
No.
The faction's called Hollywood, and there's one faction. And there might be some rebels, but they're not a group, and they have no power.
No.
They have very little power.
If they get something through, then they're very lucky. Like, I don't know.
Right.
I get the sense that Top Gun Maverick probably isn't going to be affected by that stuff. If that's the case, it's probably sheer luck, and not that the faction got the movie pushed through.
But see, Top Gun also is produced by Skydance, which is owned by the person in Top Gun, right? So
yeah.
Tom Cruise.
But there's still distribution.
Right, but Tom Cruise, well, he's also like a consistent box office moneymaker, so he's got some power there. But like, he's not going to cancel himself production wise, you know.
Right.
So he's got some. He's like that small business owner, you know, like, yeah, you can't fire me. I own the business. But nowadays that's not even true anymore, because like, well, I can't fire you, but I can get the bank to not take your credit cards at your business anymore. I can cut off your internet.
Yeah.
I mean, we had threats during the lockdowns that like cities were going to like cut people's like water and power.
Yeah.
If they opened. Right?
Yeah, and you and I talked about state secession, and how, you know, water supplies from other states could be cut off, stuff like that. So
everything's too interconnected as far as utilities go. Like, almost like, what state even produces all of its own electricity? It ain't California.
No, not at all.
Texas might, but I know they use a lot of it, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's
they
true.
have a lot of industry and a big population, and it's hot. So shit. And then water, yeah.
Yeah.
Fresh water. And you got rivers that flow through multiple states. Like, there's just no. That's a role for federal government. Because you have waterways. So like, you know, if Iowa decides that they're gonna, you know, Iowa and Illinois conspire to dam up the Mississippi River, the other states downriver are gonna have something to say about it. As they should.
Tom Cruise means business on set. The audio from yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I guess because he knows.
Yeah, where he flipped out.
Well, and it's not because like he's a Karen, but he knows what the Karens will do, and that's kind of why he flipped out. So.
Yeah, I read that whole circumstance way different than a lot of people. I think you and I are probably on agreement on that. I heard a guy protecting his company and his movie production.
Yeah, and I first heard about it from Ryan Kinnell's video on it when I was driving around one day, and I'm like, yeah, that could make sense, for Tom. I don't know a whole heck of a lot about the guy, but from what I do, I don't see him being like a true believer and all that stuff.
I think he wants to get his movie made.
Yeah. But everyone, and he was trying to take care of the people too, because there's people working on the movie that make money from it as a living.
Yeah, when the production stops, so do the paychecks.
Yeah. But everyone watching has probably already seen my Gina video, but on the off chance that you're listening to a replay of this 4.5-hour stream so far, I put a link to it in the...
Going that long?
Yeah. I put a link to it in the chat replay, so check it out. It came out before all this drama came out, but obviously with the hashtags and stuff, it's tripled in views in the last 24 hours. So it's basically about I don't like the character of Cara Dune, but I kind of like the person, and kind of explain why. And what was interesting is a lot of people watched it and they commented like, wow, I like the character before I saw this. And I'm like, where have you been for 3 months on our live streams on Friday mornings and Saturday nights where we've been talking about this very thing? It's like, kind of listen. I think we've had a lot of good takes. Me, you, Rhino, Jeff and fair takes on this stuff. But the thing about this video is it didn't get ratioed, but I got quite a few dislikes because basically I'm pissing off both sides because I'm being fair. I'm not saying, yes, I hate the character or the person or vice versa. So it was fun to make too.
I think, like, I'm on your side. Like, I agree with you. So, like, of course, I'm going to say this, but, like, you can like the actress and not like the character.
Yeah.
Because if you can do vice versa, where you can like the character but not like the actor, like why can't the opposite be true?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people got so caught up with like we need to defend Gina and everything because we saw the unfairness of the attacks on her, and naturally our reaction is to circle the wagons, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think it gives the show justice. I don't think it gives the actress justice to overinflate the character because we like the politics or the stands she's making, the actress is making on social media.
Yeah.
And her character's really, but to be fair, like it's not Gina's fault. It's just shitty, shallow writing. There's not a character on that show that has any fucking depth at all. None. It's all just hollow. It's all sugar.
Oh yeah. I mean,
no protein.
I mean, there was so much they could have done. That's what's frustrating. You want to go with the old trope that's been done a million times. The Alderaan survivor, it could have been so much more interesting, but just kind of what happens is because they were spending too much time instead on their 25, 30-minute episodes of The Mandalorian walking around for 20 minutes in silence, from one building to the next. And, oh, man.
Her character's so cookie cutter. Like, really, you could swap out Gina Carano's Cara Dune for what's her name's character in fucking Avatar, and like neither one would change. You know what I'm talking about? Michelle Rodriguez's, right? Is that her name? Like her
Yeah.
character in Avatar, like you could swap the two, and you would not even fucking know it. Like,
Right.
Probably even costume and all.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't change a fucking thing on either one of them, either property.
Right.
They're the fucking same. There's
Right.
just nothing to them.
Yep.
It's just generic female badass number 47.
I don't blame you, Blake, for only making it 3 episodes in. I remember sitting there year before last, really, right? Watching that show, and I'm like, man, when does this get good? Yeah, it was, and it wasn't just because it was slow. It was just so, like that Jawa episode. Oh. I was almost out. Like, it was that bad. The Mudhorn one.
Yep.
Episode 2. Word.
I think. Yeah.
Huh?
It was 2. Yeah,
I think it was 2. Yeah.
Yeah. Chapter 2.
But
as much as I disliked the earlier episodes, like I lost it when 7 and 8. I'm just like, this is some of the most garbage TV I've ever seen in my life.
You mean that wasn't good when the IG droid like walked outside and just got, destroyed as the stormtroopers just watched first, and then oh man.
Yeah, there's so many things. Like,
we're gonna stand here and wait and look, and then the self-destruct will be activated. Like, I had to rewatch that a few days ago when I made the video, and it was that bad.
Just everything, like the indestructible storm grate that can survive blaster fire. Like, use that metal for armor. It seems stronger than Beskar.
Hell yeah, man!
Like, she shot a machine gun at the fucking thing and didn't like.
It was probably frick. It was made of frick. Which I think is stronger than Beskar. I don't know. Why would you need a
Why would you make a storm grate
strong?
Out of that?
Yeah. My word. But yeah, going back to the point, I think it's really kind of scary what happened, because I don't think she did anything that was truly illegal or immoral. No. Now, we can talk about should she have done it or not, but that's a different conversation. My point is, all this is, and there had to be a conversation backstage in the back room about this being an intimidation tactic for other people who might step out of line, because look what will happen to you. And that's the human resources way. Sometimes you have to sacrifice someone to use as an example.
Yeah, you have to set the precedent. You have to set the tone. I think if I had Gina's ear and she talked to me 2 weeks ago about this, I would say, like, look, you have an immense fan following on Twitter and everything, and like your IMDb rating thing is neat and everything, but understand that a lot of people are seeing the fire you hashtag and just looking you up on IMDb.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean they like you. That means they're looking you up to see what you've done. That doesn't mean you're popular or you're well liked. That just means you're searched a lot. So that's how that whole ranking system's based. So don't get anything in your head that like you're indisposable. And I would have said to her, like, look, they put a sock in Mark Hamill's mouth for Last Jedi. Do you think you are more popular to Star Wars than Mark Hamill?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they shut him up, and it's indisputable, because like all of a sudden everything he was saying in all the press junkets and all the stuff leading into The Last Jedi, he suddenly started whistling a different tune real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And started walking back some of the shit he said. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because he suddenly had a change of heart, or do you think maybe they told him to shut the fuck up?
Well, and they probably cited a confidentiality agreement too,
or a non-disparage.
Yeah.
There's the two things. So you can not disclose, but then you can also not disparage either. Like, you can't go in public and shit on the movie you just made.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're not going to allow you to do that under contract, because it's going to ruin the marketability of the movie, right? And those are very common terms in contracts in Hollywood. So, yeah, I would have said, like, look, fucking, they shut Mark Hamill up, man.
Yeah.
understand who you're playing against here, and understand, like, you are a very disposable character. You're not integral to the plot at all. Not really. Like, your character can be written off and replaced very easily. Because there's not much to it.
Right.
And that's, to be honest, I don't even know if there's... I honestly don't think there's even going to be a Mandalorian Season 3 anyway. I really don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Maybe
as of right now...
they're going to probably scrap the Rangers show entirely.
If that was that even her show? Was it confirmed? I mean...
I don't think it was, but I think, like, it was... Like, what are they going to do now? Use Porkins Miyagi?
Yeah. That would be terrible.
Like, who are they going to bring over from The Mandalorian that's going to sell this show?
Well, here's the thing. It's 2 years away as of right now, and what happens with Boba Fett? What if it's not well received? Does that bode well or not for The Mandalorian? Will it make people want The Mandalorian more or less? Because I don't see how that Boba Fett show can be any good.
Oh, I think they learned a very good lesson, and I think the Boba Fett show will end with a Han Solo cameo.
Oh yeah, I've been saying that. They're going to have to bring in.
That's the most natural fit, is to bring Han Solo in.
Yep.
In that one.
Mm-hmm.
And because he's got a history with the Hutts and all that other stuff, and Boba Fett, it makes sense. And they're going to do it. Because they saw people freak out when they did Luke Skywalker. So, like, you think people aren't going to, like, freak out? And they already have a young actor that can, kind of play Han Solo. And they just need to age him up a bit. And aging people up through makeup is a fuck ton easier than aging people down. So all you need to do is take, Aaron Alderreich or whatever the fuck his name is. Like, get him in some, age makeup and fucking throw him in there for a cameo.
Yeah.
Or do the digital thing.
And then
if
probably
to, like, get Han Solo's Harrison Ford's likeness.
Yeah, and then this Rangers show, if it, the original plan had been in place, it would be Leia's chance for a member berry. I could kind of see her getting involved in that, possibly the Ahsoka one. I don't know.
Oh, absolutely. She could be a cameo because the Rangers need to do some mission, and
yeah,
and they're gonna have, like, just have Leia pop in there for the planning stage of the mission.
Oh,
just an exact duplicate of Return of the Jedi or A New Hope.
And you know who else they're gonna
Mothma in there?
Yeah, I was about to say that. You know who they're gonna fix in Rogue Squadron? They'll fix Akbar.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, because he was, Tim Rose that played him even complained about how they treated him poorly personally and kind of made fun of the character and all this stuff. And everyone complained that, he died unceremoniously. He should have been the one to do what Purple Hair did, which didn't make sense anyway. But yeah, they'll use Rogue Squadron to fix that character somehow.
Yeah.
What a joke.
Yeah, but it's a formula that's going to work for him. I guarantee it.
Yeah, because
absolutely it's going to work. People eat it up.
Mm-hmm. And then the people, saying right now today they're going to cancel it. Once these things happen, they'll want to see it. So,
just people in the audience, pay very close attention to who's reviewing the new Marvel shows.
Let me tell you guys something. So I watched sports since as long as I can remember. Think about the Super Bowl. I remember way back, 49ers and Dolphins. All those huge Super Bowls in the 80s, Super Bowl parties, all that stuff. I can go into the late 80s, early 90s when I got into college football, watched it every year religiously, right? I would start at 7 a.m. and watch those douchebags on game day for some reason. watch all day. I had the slate lined up. You kind of look at the schedule, figure out which games are the ones you want to watch because so many are going on at the same time. Go all the way to the college football final and watch those douchebags talk about stuff so you could find out what happened in every game and then go to bed. And so you're up like 20 hours. This year, I didn't watch any of it because you know what NFL's been doing. And then June really tipped it over the edge. Well, in college football, stuff happened like the SEC forced the state of Mississippi to change their flag. And SEC does have that much power in the South, believe it or not. And then all these teams did the whole blackout thing and posted all this bullshit messaging. I said, I'm done with sports. I'm not watching sports. And I didn't watch the Super Bowl. Didn't watch 1 minute of football. So if I can do that, then it shows it's possible for anyone to do that with whatever franchise or property that they're interested in. Find other pursuits, read books, watch old TV shows you used to enjoy, read some old comics, spend more time with friends, do what we're doing now. Like, this is a really fun and enjoyable thing, a 5-hour live stream. So if I can do it, it can be done. It takes willpower, but once you break yourself of that need, of that, it's kind of like an addiction. Then it's amazing how free you feel. Like I don't have to watch college football all Saturday. It's like, yay, it's over. It feels so great. It's like a weight being lifted from your chest.
Yeah, and I'll admit I caved a little bit for the playoffs for the NFL.
Yeah, I understand. I heard you talking about it.
I didn't really watch any of the regular season at all. I did. To say like I watched it with like the same kind of interest and vigor that I watched it previously, like nowhere near. It was like I had it on.
Did you see any kneeling?
No. Well, I'll tell you what really pissed me off because like I live in Green Bay, so Packer fan. The Tampa Bay game, which obviously I didn't like the ending. Wow, what a clusterfuck and stupid coaching that was.
Mm-hmm.
But just fucking go for the field goal and like not like Jesus Christ. But the very beginning of the game, I noticed something very specific, and that they showed on the sidelines because they played the national anthem on TV, and they only showed the Tampa Bay sideline. They never showed the Packers sideline. And one thing that I noticed was that everybody on the Tampa Bay sideline that I could see was standing. So immediately in my head, I'm thinking, okay, so the NFL has learned a couple lessons. And, some of that is like showing the kneeling players antagonizes a good chunk of their audience. So don't show it, right? Just basically hide it, right? And so I immediately thought to myself, why aren't they showing the home team sideline at all? And immediately I just thought, because they're kneeling.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I'm like, well, Packers deserve to lose.
Mm-hmm.
And they're my home team, But yeah, I did cave at the end of the season. I'm not proud of it.
Yeah.
I didn't like even the Super Bowl. Like, I had it on, but I wasn't really fucking watching.
Yeah.
Not like I would in the past. I didn't like absorb it. I didn't watch the halftime show. I didn't watch any of the commercials. Like I didn't do the food or go to a party, or I didn't do any of that shit. I was just like, I had it on in the background. And yes, Lord Vader and the Ahsoka show, they'll bring back Luke.
Yeah.
They'll do they're gonna do Han and Boba Fett, and then they're gonna do Leia and Rangers, I think.
Rangers, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then Luke would be the fit for Ahsoka.
Well, then I don't know if you caught
if we're gonna bring Luke back in any of them, like Ahsoka would make the most sense because Jedi. But
yeah, I don't know if you caught my video from several weeks ago about the Heir to the Empire thing. I think I'm approaching 430 views on that one. So it must have hit some kind of algorithm, but I kind of went into detail on what that supposed inside source was telling that website about. Not only are they going to adapt her to the Empire with Thrawn, and that's where that line came from on Mandalorian, but it's going to be a huge crossover event where Rangers, Ahsoka, Mandalorian will all come together, like a Marvel style crossover event.
That's going to be as executed about as well as the CW crossover event.
Well, but my point here is that lends credence to Han shows up on Boba Fett, and Leia shows up on Rangers. So if that rumor is true or even close to being true, then I could definitely see the other big characters showing up on these shows. And then there was even rumor of what's his name, Glover, coming back as Lando in this crossover event.
Oh, sure, why not?
Yeah,
I mean, at this point, why not? They know the formula now.
Yeah, he can fuck an IG droid or something.
I can almost guarantee, with almost certainty, and without inside sources, that the second that the reaction was known about Luke Skywalker in the last episode of The Mandalorian, Iger called either Favreau or Kennedy and said, "Great, who are we bringing in for the next show?" Because it's just the obvious thing. It screams Hollywood because they clone success when they find it. That's why suddenly there's 18 asteroid movies at the same time, and they're copycats. So they see something that works and they figure, aha, we figured out the formula, and they run it into the ground. Because they do this over and over and over again. So it's guaranteed that there'll be some sort of cameo. And the audience is going to expect it. The audience already expects it for this stupid Marvel show, right?
Yeah.
Who's going to be the big reveal, right?
Yep.
Because now it's baked in the expectation, so it's they got to do it now.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be worse and worse executed each time. It's going to be, if I were watching it, it'd be entertaining to watch.
Yeah, it will be. That's kind of what I'm going to do. So yeah, cancel culture sucks, and honestly, I don't have all the answers. All I can say is we got to find ways to continue speaking the truth that doesn't get us in trouble. And what gets us in trouble or doesn't get us in trouble is the quandary. So it's definitely an ongoing topic.
Yeah, getting tossed off a platform on principle is just not a good strategy either.
Right.
Because then your reach becomes zero. They win.
Well, and that's why I'm against leaving Twitter, leaving Facebook. You need to stay connected to what's going on and keep an eye on what's going on, what are they saying, and stuff like that. They're going to be successful or not without you. And I think eventually some of these alternative platforms will gain a foothold. There's a couple, I really don't want to go into that topic, but a couple of them are very promising, that have their own servers and are self-sufficient that way. So if that happens, then, I'm staying on Facebook. I want to see what people only on Facebook are saying and doing and stuff like that. It's just the way it is. It's like saying that, you're not going to go to a certain part of town or whatever because you don't like the way they're treating people there. Well, unless you're going there and seeing how they're treating people, then how do you know what's going on so you can fight it? So that's kind of my take on it. And that's why I try to be careful on Twitter, not to, sometimes I really want to rip into people, but I don't want to be like Trey and lose my account permanently.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. Wrestling is the least woke, but man, in the past couple of years, has that company gone woke? So
What a statement that is. That's low.
But they've really gone woke, and I think it's mainly Stephanie that's doing it. So yeah, we'll start wrapping it up here. But the book of the week, which I've selected for the show, is one I picked up at the used bookstore on, I think it was last Friday. I went by there. It's very applicable to what we're talking about tonight. A few times we kind of touched on this. It's a 66th printing from 1986 of a book from many years before that. So this book, good grief, it's coming up on over 70 years old now. And it is Fahrenheit 451 from Ray Bradbury. You ever heard of that one, Greg?
I have indeed.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, it's about book burning. And that's kind of what we're seeing when you see post removals, when you see video deletions, when you see movies and TV shows being changed, when you see editions of books being changed. It's the same thing. What's happening in this book, this fireman is literally burning books. We've seen that happen in history, but I think it's also an allegory of not just the literal burning a book, but burning information and limiting information. I think that's also the message of the book. So highly recommend it. It's not really that long of a read, to be honest. So check it out if you can access it somehow, even if it's the electronic version, even though it might be edited, right?
It'd be ironic that they burn that book.
Yeah.
Make it go away.
Yeah. So that's the book of the week. Like I said, Ray Bradbury, Fahrenheit 451, science fiction, future dystopian book. It's one that they actually used to have in school. I don't know if they still have kids read that in school or not, but they should.
I was gonna say I haven't read Ray Bradbury since I was in school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, check it out. But yeah, we've been going over 5 hours now. It's 2:40 in the morning Central Time, so I think we'll wrap it up here. Yeah, what I would ask, thanks for everyone for being here tonight. We cherish you guys. Blake and Trey and Lord Vader was here. I know early on, Storyman Jack was listening. He probably had to go to bed for work and stuff. We had so many people here. Teresa was here. We had a ton of people. So thanks. And Raging Rhino popped up. Jeff popped in. Thanks for being here, guys. What I would ask is if you can kind of make sure you're subscribed to this channel and share it with other people in the community and people outside the community. I want to get at least like around 50 subscribers. So when we do go live, and I do schedule streams, the notifications and stuff go out because I want to keep all this political shit off my main channel because people are getting nuked and screwed with, even if you're completely logical. And hey, it's part of the topic we're talking about now. So that's kind of what I want to avoid because I have a lot of Star Wars stuff that I put, quite frankly, a lot of time into creating, not just Star Wars, but some other stuff. So I don't want to lose all that. So created another channel for this stuff. Go back and watch the old ones if you want. Pretty interesting conversations we had. And comment of the night was from Brobafett that he has a blackout on his SJW bingo card. I don't know if he made that up or not, but that's one I'm going to remember for future reference and use, if I may. Thanks for being here, Greg. How does it feel to be back in the mix?
I'm not back. No.
Yeah, you are. You're watching Star Trek. You're talking politics. Yeah. You're talking Star Wars, and
yeah, I'm trying to avoid a lot of the pop culture stuff because it's just getting boring for me. But
yeah,
good to be back.
Good.
I do enjoy talking politics. and you know, the state of things going on there, it's something that I've been pretty passionate about for as long as I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
So always love talking
Me too.
about it. And it's important stuff to talk about as well.
Yeah.
And it's important that, you know, conservatives such as myself, Tim, any of you out there in the audience, don't go into hiding. Like,
correct.
You know, we can't do that. That's not going to work.
What I would also say is, you know, be a good steward. If there's someone that you know that is not conservative, is not right leaning, isn't someone who leans toward liberty, and they have preconceived notions about us, don't play into those. Just kind of treat them the way that they should be treated, and maybe you'll influence them enough to make them understand that what they've been told is not true. I know that's probably unlikely given their level of indoctrination, but it's still the way that we should deal with stuff.
Right. Don't berate them and badger them. That's not going to help us.
No.
Try and convince them.
Right.
Even though you might not, it's just a better play.
Yeah.
Because look how we feel and how we instinctively react when they do that berating and belittling and things to us. We immediately dig in our heels, right?
Yeah.
So will they. It's just not an effective way to work towards change. And even though some people are just not going to be reachable, that's fine. I mean,
yep.
Well, I mean, it's not fine, but it's like that's the way it is. So not much we can do about that. Badgering them and making fun of them and going after them, that's not going to do anything.
Show them you're a normal person and your beliefs are incidental to how you treat people, and that's the first step in maybe winning them over. That's all I can say, because I treat everyone the same. I don't treat anyone special just because I think it's a virtue signaling thing to do. I just talk to everyone the same, and sometimes people don't like that. They want to be treated in a special way just because of their victimhood. I don't do it. And I think after time, people begin to appreciate that because I think it gives them more value that you're treating them fairly and you're not just playing to their weaknesses, to be quite frank. But with that being said, thanks for being here, Greg. We're just going to go ahead and end this, and we'll probably be doing one of these sometime in the near future. So be on the lookout and have a good weekend, everyone.
Roll this one around in your head. Shooting a senior officer is an act of treason and mutiny. The penalty is spacing. They put you in an airlock, seal it, and open the space door. You spend the next 5 minutes chewing vacuum until your lungs turn inside out, your eyeballs freeze, and your heart explodes. It's the worst kind of death you can imagine. And when that day comes, I'll be there to push the button.